The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of July 19th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Javani James Sr. Senator James absent. Madam Chair, 5 present and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have established a quorum. Do you have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
July 19th, 2024. Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chair, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Marley, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, I will not be able to attend today's Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance meeting scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Utley Legislative Hall on the island of St. Thomas. Please accept my apologies for my absence, and I kindly request to be excused. Your cooperation and understanding in this matter is appreciated. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
That's it?
No. July 19th, 2024, Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Dear Madam Chair, please excuse my absence from the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance scheduled for today, July 19th, 2024, at the Earl B. Utley Hall in St. Thomas. I'll be attending the funeral of the late Craig Tiger Todman on the island of St. Croix. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Sincerely, respectfully, Javani James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of the correspondences, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please read today's agenda into the record?
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will meet on Friday, July 19, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Utley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget of the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, Judiciary of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifier, Honorable Reese Hodge, Chief Justice, VI Supreme Court. Block 2, Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General. Invited testifier, Ms. Delia M. Thomas, CFE, Virgin Islands Inspector General, Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers that's before us today. Today we will hear from the Judiciary of the Virgin Islands and the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General. They will all provide testimony in support of the FY 2025 budget that was sent down by the Chief Executive. And of course, we have received recommendations as well from the judiciary. So thank you for submitting, as per law, your recommendations as well. This morning, we are going to move forward with today's meeting, and we're going to ask the Chief Justice and his team. I see that you have team members both in St. Thomas as well as on the Island District of St. Croix. So we're going to start with you. We're going to ask you to please put your name and title on the record, and then we're going to go to my left, your right, put your names and titles on the record. Then we're going to proceed to the other side, and then we'll hear the names and titles on the record for the folks in the St. Croix District. You may proceed, Chief Justice.
Good morning.
Hodge.
My name is Reese Hodge, Chief Justice.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Smith-Watlington, presiding judge of Virgin Islands Superior Court.
Good morning. My name is Alfonso Andrews, Administrative Judge, Superior Court.
Good morning. Regina D. Shabir Peterson, Administrator of Courts.
Good morning. Paulette Rapsat Simmons, Chief Financial Officer, Judicial Branch.
Good morning, Koya Otley, Chief Human Capital Officer.
St. Croix?
Good morning, Lawrence Walcott Jr., Office of the Virgin Islands Marshal.
Good morning, Evelyn Etienne, Comptroller.
Good morning, Miguel Tricoci, Assistant Administrator of Courts.
Good morning, Tamara Charles, Clerk of the Superior Court.
Good morning, Tanisha Bailey Roca, Chief Disciplinary Counsel for the Office of Disciplinary Counsel.
All right, thank you. Do you have anyone on Teams, or that's your entire team?
This is it.
All right. Are you prepared for your testimony right now?
Yes.
You may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson Senator Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, and other members of the legislature present, members of the judiciary, staff, and others present in the audience. I am Reese S. Hodge, Chief Justice of the Virgin Islands. As head of the judicial branch of the Virgin Islands, I thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee to present and support the fiscal year 2025 budget request of the judicial branch. I am privileged to have with me today the Honorable Deborah S. Watlington, presiding judge of the Superior Court, the Honorable Alfonso G. Andrews, Jr., administrative judge of the Superior Court, Regina Peterson, the administrator of courts, Paulette Rapsat Simmons, chief financial officer, and Koya Otley, Chief Human Resources Director. Appearing in St. Croix will be Michael Tricoci, the Assistant Administrator of Courts, Lawrence Walcott, Chief Marshal, Tamara Charles, Clerk of the Superior Court, Kimlin Etienne, the Comptroller, and Tanisha Roca Bailey Roca, Chief Disciplinary Counsel. One of the statutory responsibilities of the Chief Justice is to submit to the legislature and the governor the budget requests of the judicial branch for the ensuing year and the state of the Virgin Islands judiciary in an annual report published no later than May 30th. The judicial branch submitted its fiscal year 2025 budget request directly to the legislature on May 30th, 2024, as required by law. And today is the judiciary's first opportunity to present and support its budget request to the body responsible for ensuring the needs of the judicial branch are provided for. Submitted along with the budget request as required is a report of the Chief Justice on the state of the judiciary, which is contained in the annual report, which includes information on the operational workings of the courts in disposing cases. The fiscal year 2023 annual report was provided to the legislature along with the fiscal year budget request and is available to all on the judicial branch's website. In last year's State of the Judiciary report, I described the state of the judiciary as proactive and forward-thinking in our continued efforts to improve administrative as well as judicial operation. This year, I highlighted the ways which collective action by all three branches of our government results in better funding opportunities and strategic allocations of resources to address case backlogs and other challenges faced in the administration of justice. The Judiciary's fiscal year 2023 annual report documents the progress made in case backlog reduction, showing an overall 8% reduction in pending civil matters, a 9% overall reduction in pending criminal matters, with a 12% reduction in pending criminal jury cases. When compared to the previous year, this positive trend in performance continues. As of June 30th, 2024, there were 976 new filings across all civil-type cases, and 1,208 case matters were disposed of, resulting in a 6% reduction in the pending civil caseload. 566 new criminal cases were filed and 602 cases disposed of, for an overall 4% reduction in the pending criminal caseload when compared to fiscal year 2023. With regard to jury cases, the reduction is 13% through the first 3 quarters of this fiscal year. Additionally, we reported a 7% reduction in the pending probate caseload at the close of fiscal year 2023. I am equally pleased to report that the trend continues, and in the current fiscal year, with 293 probate cases disposed of as of June 30th, 2024, for a reduction of 10% when compared to the number of probate cases pending at the close of fiscal year 2023. The fiscal year 2025 Judicial Branch Operating Budget Request. The Judiciary's annual budget request is derived from a deliberative process which includes the Administrator of Courts, the Chief Financial Officer, the Comptroller, both clerks of court, and other senior judicial branch staff, and culminates in the presentation to and approval of the proposed budget request by the Judicial Management Advisory Council, JMAC. The goal of this deliberative process is to identify the funding needs for the judicial branch to discharge its constitutional and statutory duties to the people of the Virgin Islands, and to determine what the branch can feasibly accomplish in capital and other projects during the upcoming year. The judicial branch submitted its fiscal year 2025 budget request directly to the legislature on May 30th, 2024, in the amount of $55,385,237, of which $53,697,870 pertained directly to the operations of the branch, and $1,687,367 to fund the Office of Conflict Counsel. The submission also includes a separate request of $148,338 for the Judicial Council, the entity which partially funds the staffing for 2 district court law libraries. The Judiciary's fiscal year 2025 operational request includes $25,954,091 for salaries and $10,647,293 for fringe benefits, $6,543,490 for other services and charges, $6,410,000 in projected capital expenditures, $2,004,896 for utilities, $1,455,000 for other personnel services, and $683,100 for supplies. And that's shown in the table below. Personnel expenses. For the projected personnel expenses, the judicial branch request of $36,601,384 includes a 4% compensation scale adjustment totaling $922,982 and 27 positions identified as critical vacancies to be filled in fiscal year 2025 at the cost of $2,648,015 with fringe. As of June 30th, 2024, there are 313 filled positions, 179 in the St. Thomas and John District, and 134 in the St. Croix District, and a total of 44 vacancies. The judiciary continues to experience relatively high employee turnover, with perhaps the growing threat now being the sheer number of employees eligible for retirement and a growing workforce generation where the predicted average tenure of a court employee is anywhere from 7 to 9 years. Specifically, while the rate of separations are trending downward, with 31 voluntary separations as of June 30th, 2024, the judiciary must grapple with strategies on how to address staffing when 43 employees are eligible for retirement in 2025, 45 in 2026, and 57 in 2027, with 40% of those eligible to retire over the next 3 years being in the Marshal's service. Thus far in fiscal year 2024, the judiciary has onboarded new hires and 232 new hires and promoted 23 employees. And the separations, terminations, and retirement shown in the table, the graph that's attached. Over the past several fiscal years, the judiciary has taken steps to stem the tide of separations by employing recruitment and retention strategies, including salary adjustments in critical areas such as the Marshal's Office, information technology, court clerks, and court reporters. The judiciary also transitioned 98% of its positions to a single pay scale, as we advised last year, after managing 3 separate pay scales, one for the Superior Court employees, one for Supreme Court employees, and a pay scale for the Marshal's Division for several years following the administrative unification of the court. Additionally, in the first quarter of fiscal year 2024, we commenced a year-long engagement with experts from the National Center for State Courts to conduct a market review of the compensation and classification system for the judiciary to further assist the judiciary with identifying areas below market for competitive adjustments, not only to individual positions, but to the compensation scale. Preliminary results of the study indicate that 14% of benchmark positions are below market, and the current compensation structure is likely 4% below market. Accordingly, we have included a 4% adjustment in the fiscal year 2025 request to address the compensation structure for all non-judicial officer positions as an initial step to better position the branch for any subsequent market adjustments. Had the judiciary not purposed to apply much of its moderate funding increases towards regular employee salary increases for the past 3 years, the market disparities would have been greater. We look forward to presenting a full proposal in the next budget cycle to fund the new compensation and classification plan once the study is finally completed at the end of this year. The judiciary remains committed to improving compensation, providing more opportunities for on- and off-island training, and improving employee morale. In this regard, we now have employee-led engagement committees in each district with active calendars of social events supported by the Judicial Branch Administration and our judicial officers. Capital funding. The most significant increase in the judiciary's budget request is in capital expenditures. For fiscal year 2025, the judiciary is seeking $4,450,000 to fund Phase 2 of the roof replacement and office expansion project at the R.H. Amphlett Leader Justice Complex. On September 29th, the judiciary issued a request for proposal for Phase 2 of the project. The construction solicitation included roof repair and replacement, enclosure of the second floor courtyard, ballistic proof entry wall, interior demolition of the west wing build-out to create better usable office space. The roof replacement is partially funded as part of a FEMA recovery grant. And we've shown some renderings of the construction. Due to the lack of competition, the RFP was canceled and reissued on December 29, 2023. The project continues to be phased at an estimated cost of $8,434,850, which does not include furniture, fixtures, and other appurtenances. The judiciary's vehicle fleet desperately requires updating, with more than 40% of the vehicles reported in poor or in otherwise inoperable condition, the majority of which are assigned to the Marshal's office. We are therefore requesting $1 million for the replacement of 18 vehicles at an average cost of $55,000 per vehicle. In the remaining capital budget request, the judiciary seeks $750,000 to purchase high-capacity scanning equipment and related software as part of an ongoing file relocation project, $250,000 for equipment, and $500,000 to augment the current funding for the proposal. With regard to the file relocation project, the judiciary has occupied 2 storage bays and property and procurement's sub-based warehouse facility for over 20 years and was provided advance notice to vacate. As reported last year, we secured alternate warehouse space and issued a request for proposal for design-build services to convert the lease space into a state-of-the-art court record archive to serve the judiciary for the foreseeable future. For fiscal year 2024, the judiciary requested $52,621,081, which included expansion of the Supreme Court from 3 to 4 justice chambers, and funding to establish an Office of Conflict Counsel, and $4.2 million in capital expenditures, $2.9 million of which was related to critical infrastructure. The judiciary received an appropriation of $42,500,000. And while the appropriation represented a 5% increase over the previous year, it was nonetheless 19% below the budget request. The proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget includes a funding recommendation of $41,080,000 $80,000 million for the judicial branch, representing a 3.3 reduction, and which is wholly inadequate to fund the judiciary's operation in fiscal year 2025, as that sum barely covers our projected payroll expenses. The governor's recommendation bears no relation to the needs of the judicial branch in fiscal year 2025. In fact, over nearly a decade, the average difference between our funding requests and the actual appropriation has been approximately $6.9 million per year. And that is shown in a graph that shows the judiciary's request, the executive recommendation, and the legislation appropriation. The Office of Conflict Counsel. When I appeared before the Finance Committee 2 years ago, I proposed the establishment of an independent second public defender's office, known in some jurisdictions as the alternate public defender or conflict attorney's office, to address the serious deficiencies in the court's appointment of counsel process. By letter dated June 27, 2023, on behalf of the Committee on Indigent Appointments, I transmitted draft legislation to the Senate President to establish the Office of Conflict Counsel. Subsequently, in December of 2023, and in response to repeated frustration of judges over the challenges and repeated case delays due to the lack of volunteer panel attorney members and private attorneys to serve as court-appointed counsel, the Supreme Court promulgated amendments to Rule 210 to establish an Office of Conflict Counsel as an independent agency within the judicial branch, operating under the supervision of the Standing Committee on Indigent Appointments. As explained last year, while the legislature created the Office of the Territorial Public Defender to represent indigent criminal defendants in the courts of the Virgin Islands, that office cannot do so in cases where an ethical conflict of interest exists, which most commonly occurs when two or more defendants are charged together, or co-defendants or witnesses were former clients of that office. When such conflicts occur, the courts are statutorily required to appoint members from the private bar to represent those indigent defendants. However, the involuntary appointment system neither considers the criminal law experience of the attorney subject to the appointment, nor their desire to be appointed to criminal cases, and presents issues regarding the effective assistance of counsel. Additionally, without certainty in the appointment process, there is an increased potential for trial delay when motions to withdraw as counsel are filed, and there are no readily available attorneys to assume the representation. In fact, in fiscal year 2023, 163 such motions to withdraw were filed. Since its commencement of operations on June 3, 2024, the new Office of Conflict Counsel has already been appointed in 15 cases. The office is currently staffed by a Chief Conflict Counsel, and employment offers have been extended to 2 more attorneys in the District of St. Croix, with active recruitment for attorneys and staff in the District of St. Thomas and St. John. Again, the sole purpose of establishing the Office of Conflict Counsel is to meet the government of the Virgin Islands' constitutional obligation to provide effective assistance of counsel to all indigent defendants as required by the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution and the Supreme Court of the United States holding in Gideon versus Wainwright. Accordingly, while the Office of Conflict Counsel was established by court rule and initially funded as part of an ARPA grant, The judiciary submits again this year a request to fund the operations of the Office of Conflict Counsel at the amount of $1,687,367, and a breakdown of the office expenses is shown in the table. Collaborative engagement. The judiciary continues to take advantage of and share every opportunity to enhance collaboration with justice system partners to improve the administration of justice in the territory. Last month, we invited the criminal chiefs of the Department of Justice to join members of the judiciary to attend a Southern Regional Summit on effective criminal case management in a post-pandemic world, sponsored by the Conference of Chief Justices and the Conference of State Court Administrators, in partnership with the National Center for State Court. The summit was held in Charleston, South Carolina, from June 3rd to June 6th, 2024. Prior to traveling to the summit, each team member was asked to complete a self-assessment survey on criminal case processing within our jurisdiction. The sessions provided a focused opportunity to review and discuss our self-assessment report, identify priorities for improving criminal case management in our jurisdiction, and strategies to address each, as well as to develop an action plan for advancing priority improvements. Over the years, we have engaged teams on pretrial intervention, civil justice reform, juvenile justice, human trafficking, and pandemic and behavioral health, to strategically address both existing and foreseeable challenges to the administration of justice. We continue to implement national best practices, including the use of enhanced technology, and employ collaboration strategies to address causes for delay and deliver on our promise of addressing backlog. Since we last appeared before this body, we have welcomed a new Associate Justice on the Supreme Court, and the Honorable Harold W.L. Willott. I would like to take this opportunity to publicly welcome Justice Willott. As is usually the case with promotions within the branch, other vacancies and opportunities for greater service arise. In this regard, I would like to publicly congratulate the Honorable Alfonso G. Andrews, Jr. on his designation as Administrative Judge in the Superior Court, following the elevation of Justice Willott. Often judicial terms expire and/or new appointments to vacancies have not been made timely, creating gaps that have contributed to the growth of case backlogs. And the judiciary has historically relied on the authority to appoint former judges to senior sitting status positions to fill such voids. We are pleased that the governor has acted swiftly by nominating Magistrate Judge Ernest E. Morris, Jr. to serve as a judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, to succeed the Honorable Harold W.L. Willott on the Superior Court, and that the 35th Legislature Committee on Rules and Judiciary unanimously moved his nomination forward to the full body for consideration yesterday, July 18, 2024. As I testified last year, judges are appointed by the governor with the advice and consent of the legislature, and every judicial vacancy threatens to increase case backlog. We will continue to employ an all-hands-on-deck approach and appoint former and retired judges of the courts of the Virgin Islands to temporary service as our budget or grant funding allows, to continue to reduce case backlog. In this regard, I would like to take this opportunity to publicly thank the Honorable Renee Gomes-Carty for her continued work on probate and civil cases, and the Honorable Jomo Meade for managing the caseload of former Judge Willox during the pendency of the confirmation process. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate our Administrator of Courts, Regina Peterson, who will assume the presidency of the Conference of State Court Administrators at the joint annual meeting of the Conference of Chief Justices and the Conference of State Court Administrators in August. She will be the first court administrator from a United States territory to serve in this capacity. In closing, I reiterate our budget request of $55,385,237, which includes a request to fund the Office of Conflict Counsel in the amount of $1,687,367, and an accompanying request of $148,388, which includes a 9% salary adjustment for those law librarians who did not receive an increase this year due to insufficient funding of the Judicial Council. With respect to the request for the Judicial Council, the Governor's recommendation of $130,620 will not adequately fund the 2 librarian positions. I request that this committee and the full legislature give the judicial branch's budget request your thoughtful consideration. Thank you for providing us the opportunity to testify in support of our budget requests. And before closing, I once again take this opportunity to thank all of our dedicated, hardworking, and exceptional employees who, against all odds, continue to perform above and beyond the call of duty in their service to the judicial branch and to the people of the Virgin Islands. I, as well as members of our administrative team, remain available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Chief Justice Hodge. And let me also take this opportunity to congratulate Administrator of Courts, Mrs. Regina Peterson, on your presidency of the Conference of State Court Administrators. Congratulations. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. Chief Justice, you made reference to a compensation plan?
Yeah.
So I think there's some sort of a survey going on. So
Yeah.
that required a contract, correct?
Correct.
What is the cost for that compensation plan work?
I'll refer to the administrator or to the...
The cost of the engagement with National Center, I believe, is $90,000.
And that's over what period?
1 year.
1 year. And you believe that they will complete that within the timeline that's in the contract?
Yes.
Okay, very well. All right. Then also in your presentation that you sent to the president of the legislature, there is a, where is it? Other personnel services. I just had it here. Lost my page. Okay. So other personnel services. Where is it? Okay. 1.4455, 3% of the overall ask. Could you provide us with the breakdown of what is the other personnel services?
Yeah, the administrator will provide it.
It's on page 7.
Yes, our other personnel service is a combination of expenditures to continue to fund senior citizen judges and justice pro temp when we have those appointed, as well as the Supreme Court, compensation for attorneys and experts, jury fees, and any consultant fees that we may have to employ in cases.
Okay, so on average, on an annual basis, how much do you pay out in jury fees?
In jury fees? One minute. We'll get that information for you.
Okay, you could look for it and just let me know, and when you're ready, and I will.
Yes.
I will recognize you. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round, like I shared. We're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Chief Justice Vice, Presiding Judge Watlington, Administrative Judge Andrews, and thank you so much for your testimony. Also, good morning to all of your supporting team there with you. It's a very comprehensive testimony, I must say. But I'm going to start quickly with a post-audit report on page 8, where we have federal grants. Let me ask you, in respect to the federal grant, there is $5.8 million in federal grants. You have the grant awards amounts. Do we have a breakdown of how much has been expended thus far of these amounts? Because I see $517,000 for Department of Health and Human Services, some $5 million from the American Rescue Plan, etc., for improvement in the facilities, etc. Is there a breakdown of those funds? And are any of those funds in jeopardy? I wanted the timeline in terms of when do they expire?
The period for expenditure on the ARPA grant is through December of 2024. And that's the $5 million grant.
How much have we expended to date thus far?
One quick minute, I will tell you that. On the ARPA expenditures, and I just printed this out, we have, hold on. This is expenditures, right? I thought I printed it out.
Just one moment, sir.
1 minute. I believe total expenditures and encumbrances right now, we're at 2.8. We have a portion of it at DOF retained for positions, payroll. Right now, we just have the chief conflict counsel that's been hired, and as the chief testified, we have a couple of positions in process, in the hiring process. $3 million went into our operations to cover project-related expenses. Of that, 2.8 is currently encumbered. I think the expenditure, based on where some of those contracts are right now, are probably a little bit over $1 million, actual expenditures. But expenditures and encumbrance, we have about, I think, 2.8 of the $3 million.
So do we anticipate utilizing all of those funds before the end of the expiration date?
Absolutely, Senator.
Okay, very well. Let's go to page 33, outstanding obligations. There is some
What page is that, sir?
33. $1 million outstanding obligations as of June. Have that amount been obligated, and or if not, how much is still pending, and what's the challenges you have? Outstanding obligations. Of the post-audit report.
Page 33.
The update on the outstanding obligations, I believe we have.
CFO, Ms. Rapsat, can you bring on your computer a little bit? So
To see you.
the computer is, yeah.
Just
Scroll down. Our computer's freezing.
Ms. Rapsat Simmons?
yes. Senator, the current outstanding obligations as of July, $654,160.32.
Out of July, what are you doing to address those obligations? What are the challenges you have? Why they're outstanding?
In part, delayed allotments, significantly delayed allotments, and just as well as staffing challenges.
Talking about staffing challenges.
30 seconds.
Let me go there right quick before my time is finished, because it's a serious challenge in terms of the testimony on page 5. You started with in terms of critical vacancies, you have 27 critical vacancies. You have 44 vacancies in all. And in respect to your workforce, you have 31 voluntary separations. Of course, you're onboarded 32 new hires this fiscal year, but you have 43 eligible for retirement next fiscal year, 25, 45 in 26, and 57 in 27. That's a serious challenge and a serious problem. What's the national strategy? What's the plan in respect to addressing this most serious issue? Do you guys have job fairs, etc.? Can you explain to me what plan you have moving forward to address this? Because it's very important to your defense. Well, can you speak to that, please?
Good morning, Koya Otley, Human Resources for the Judiciary. So we do recognize the challenge that we have, and we have been participating in job fairs. We've also been posting in a lot of the different associations, such as the National Court Reporting Association for court reporting shortages. We've also started reporting in CORA, which is for the National Center for State Courts, for some of those vacancies. And what we also intend to do is boost our training budget, which we have put in our testimony, trying to see how much we can retain the talent that we have, grow internally, and then our recruitment efforts are going to be a lot more aggressive this particular fiscal year coming, in terms of looking for candidates, sourcing those, and trying to come up with strategies to do perhaps first choice, second choice, third choice, and kind of do some of those, shorten our response times as well, because we've been faced with a lot of ghosting, where we've interviewed individuals and they have not responded to our job offers. So we're employing a multitude of options to try to retain the talent that we have, and then source and participate in as many job fairs and recruitment activities as we can.
But all that you have done, what has the response been? What has been the result of all you have done thus far? And I'll wrap up with that. What have the response or results been with all your efforts so far?
So even though we have been doing a lot of those, I will say that this particular fiscal year, our separations are high, but they are significantly lower than they were last year around this time. So our ability to retain our talent is still there, and we're still able to recruit and onboard individuals. So we are seeing some positive movement, but we do recognize the significant challenge ahead, and we're employing as many strategies as we can to address those.
Well, thank you so much for your responses, and I hope and pray that really things improve, because this is critical. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So let's just go back to your voluntary separation. So this year, you said you're trending downwards. What was your voluntary last fiscal year? Because I'm seeing, based on the page 6, I guess this is updated information. But last fiscal year, I'm seeing 23. Is it that I'm reading this wrong? Resignations is voluntary, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
So this document says 23 resignations, and this year you have 31. So what is it that I missed?
So in total for last fiscal year 2023, we saw a total of 53 separations in total. Of that 53, those voluntary separations encompass 23 resignations and 15 retirements.
Okay, so voluntary, okay, so inclusive of voluntary, they're also retirement, which makes sense, right? Yeah. All right, so that's what it is. So tell me, those that are straight resignations, are you doing, first, are you losing them to other departments and agencies? That's number one.
Yes.
So you're losing them to other departments and agencies. And based on your assessment, you're losing them, why?
Individuals are looking for career advancement opportunities and also faster increases in pay. So those are some of our challenges that we have in terms of being able to retain them.
And what is the challenge with career advancement opportunities in the judiciary?
So for us, particularly in our clerk's office, we have the ability of when individuals come in, let's say hypothetically as a cashier, they can move up to a court clerk 1, a court clerk 2. However, their next step would be a court clerk supervisor, which those number of positions are limited, and we do have a lot of experienced persons in those positions that are adding a lot of value, but we don't have the opportunity to create additional positions for them to move into. So we're trying to see what we can do in terms of training them in other areas to perhaps create a succession plan for other positions, but it's just that we don't have the other positions available. And it's similarly for our marshal's office as well. They can move from a 1 to a 2. We don't always have 3 vacancies. We have a limited number of supervisory positions and so forth.
Okay, so basically you're seeing most of your separations in the area of your administrative type employees.
Correct.
All right. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Senator Franklin D. Johnson, non-committee member. Thank you for being here with us today. All right, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. As a branch of government, you want 55, I give 55. But realistically now, some of the issues I'm looking at, Your Honor, I'm comparing your last year budget to this year budget, testimony, post-audit reports, everything. Your filled position last year, when you testified 308 with 129 vacancies, this year 313 with 44 vacancies. That in itself right there is helter-skelter in terms of numbers. So I guess, like I say, how you're losing people. Now, I heard you mention in terms of salary increases, you recently combined your administrative section where to, how we say, what's the proper terminology?
Unification.
One, you unified where we have trying to do one pay schedule.
Right, we have 98% on one scale,
right,
instead of 3 separate scales that we had before.
Okay, so, but didn't last year they receive a wage increase last year? Or is it the 23 budget they received a wage increase?
Yes.
Okay, and you want to get a percentage, what percentage are you looking for a wage increase for this year, 25 budget?
4%.
Or 4%? It had one in 24?
Yes.
Okay, so 24 was what percent?
5, I believe.
5%.
Okay, so 5, and then the 25, you're looking at a 5 also? 4.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to get what are your numbers? The post-audit report on page 7 of 34 has, the judicial branch has projected 25,483,611 to cover the cost of 364 positions for the fiscal year 2025. 364 now. That's another number. So last year 308, this year 313, projected 25, 364.
Go ahead.
So that's correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Including vacancies.
Including.
Okay, so your total overall, how many vacancies we projected in this one? This one, 27 vacancies.
Correct.
Okay, so
To be filled. So in other words, not all of our vacancies we're looking to fill in.
no, because I heard my colleague before mention that you had 27 critical vacancies.
That's in the testimony.
That's part of this 364.
Yes, those are the TBFs that we intend on filling in FY 2025.
Right, so that's why I say it throws out, because again, 24 budget, I'm looking at your Honor's testimony, 129 vacancies. 25 budget, 44 vacancies. The 25 budget, and then again, where we're talking about 27 critical. So 27 vacancies plus the difference to make 44 total vacancies.
No, Senator.
No? Okay.
For fiscal 25, we are requesting the funding of 27 critical vacancies.
Total number of 364.
Correct.
So I'm trying to add in your calculation. Like I said, for me, I'm giving you what you want, but I'm confused with your numbers. That's what I'm saying.
In prior years, we had included different types of vacancies.
Mm-hmm.
This year, it's to be filled only, critical.
Got that.
So the difference in some of the numbers in other years, we may have had some to be filled that may not have been as critical, but were
1 minute.
So your total number is still 313.
That's
total
filled.
with 44 vacancies.
That's as of June.
That was as of June
30th. The
Right,
budget
so-
was as of May.
So you see what's confusing. Judge Reese is saying today, your testimony, you telling me you got 313 filled vacancies. The post auditor report is telling me 364.
Total.
Total positions.
Right. So even if you add
30 seconds.
$313 and 44 don't add to 364. And I ain't do that with a calculator. I could look at it and see it. 313, 3 and 4 is 7, 1 and 4 is 5, 357. 357 is right?
That's our numbers. The post auditor has got 364, and I don't know.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So based on what you did, if I may wrap up, Madam Chair, based on what they were, just the discussion was, are you defending the 364? Are you being the judiciary? That's what I'm just saying in regards to the post audit report. So your total number is 357.
With the 44 vacancies.
Right, with the 44
The
vacancies.
post auditor's report was that as of March 31st, we have brought it all the way up to
June.
June 30th. So there may be a difference in.
So the post audit report is 7 additional persons. That's what I was saying in terms of looking at your numbers. That throws me off. So when we talk about giving you an increase, are we giving you an increase of your 5% on 357 persons or 364?
It's 4% adjustment, considering because it's 4% this year because we're working towards that recommendation and the study, the compensation study.
So just to wrap up, your current numbers, adding your increase through the chair, you can submit to the chair. Your current numbers with your increase as what your total will come to.
We will do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So let me ask, the personnel services inclusive of your vacancies and fill positions total 25,954,091. And that 25,954,091, all these vacant, is the 44 vacant positions funded based on the proposal that's in front of us? Is it proposed that they're funded at 100%?
Yes, they're not, we didn't do the 50%
Proration.
on the,
Okay, so do you believe that you're going to be able to fill 44 positions on 10/1/2025?
I believe so. You know, some of these have already been filled in the interim. A lot of them are law clerks that, even though a law clerk may have a, a gap between, I think even one of these is for Judge Morris. His position is vacant, it's shown as vacant, but it's going to be filled if you all approve him tomorrow. I mean, on Monday, he might take the oath and he goes automatically on it.
Yeah, but that's a position that was previously filled, right?
Correct.
That's not a new.
Correct.
That's a position that was funded, right?
It was funded, but it is shown as a critical vacancy.
No. It's not because it's a snapshot. Our budget request is a snapshot, and as of that snapshot, that position was filled. So in our personnel schedule, it shows as filled. It's not a vacancy in the 27 that we're asking for.
Okay. So, from a more realistic perspective, what we need to see from you is the proration of this 44, at least in this fiscal year, because as we go, you have, by your own admission, there's separations and there are retirements. So there's always an opportunity for savings in between. So we do not fill positions. We do not fund, rather, positions at 100%. For more reasons than one, particularly because our revenues cannot afford for us to fill positions at 100%. We just can't do it. So it's not something realistic. So we'll need to get something more realistic from you with regards to your numbers. But last fiscal year, we actually gave, because I actually fought for it, an additional $1.5 million, correct?
Correct.
So that $1.5 million, well, 2.5 million, that's right. So that 2.5 million, I'm certain included, because you have a lump sum budget, right?
Yes.
So that certainly included personnel positions. Did you grant salary increases in fiscal year 24?
Yes, we did.
So you did, and you intend to grant salary increases in fiscal year 25. Same type of employees, different employees, what?
All non-judicial officers.
So all non-judicial officers receive salary increases in 24 fiscal year, correct? That's affirmative.
The 4% is to be applied, I think.
This year.
Yeah, this year.
This year, the 4% is an adjustment this
24.
year. 2025. That would be 20. That's what we're asking
What occurred in 24?
5% increase.
So 5% across the board, non-judicial.
For all. Yes, no,
Okay.
non-judicial. 5% across the board, non-judicial.
So that occurred already?
Yes.
And it was effective 10/1?
Correct.
Okay, and have you paid the retroactive?
Yes.
So the retroactive is paid, and you are looking to do another increase in FY25 at 4%?
Correct.
Okay. And that 4% across the board, what is the amount? What is the associated costs with that 4%?
4% associated cost is $922,982.
922,000.
Thousand.
Almost a million, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's straight personnel, is it associated fringe benefits?
Personnel and fringe, Senator.
A million? Okay. All right. So I think we have a better perspective of what you're trying to do. So how did you allocate the $2.5 million last fiscal year, this fiscal year, 24? And do you have one-time expenses, one-time projects that you did in fiscal year 24 that you're not going to do in fiscal year 25? Because we have to do the dance. We have to figure this out. Not because you spent it this year means you're going to spend it next year.
We use the ARPA grant for a lot of the one-time expenditures, the upgrade in the CMS. I don't know of any particular project that...
So you have, so let me just break it down a little further. So you have, what is it? 6, let me see. I think you have like 3 million fiscal year 24 under your other services. That's correct? 3.6. That's what you spend those for. 3.6. Is that okay? Well, what are your projections in your other services for FY24? Because as of May, you spent 3.6, and included in here, is there or are there any one-time expenditures under that category?
Indeed.
Similarly, so under your capital outlays, it appears as if you have some one-time expenditures as well within this fiscal year. I know that you have some 4.5 that you share that you need to complete repairs on the roof on the...
That's a one-time.
That's in St. Croix.
In St. Croix, yes.
Okay. So those two things we need to be clear on.
Yes.
One-time expenses for both the capital outlay and the other services category.
Other services category, yes. Those are one-time.
Except not fully funded. For FY25, there's still an ask for...
We can't see you.
Paulette Rapsat Simmons.
We can't see you.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, for FY25, there's also an ask for phase 2 of the roofing project on St. Croix.
4.4.
4.4.
25.
For 25.
Right. But I'm saying in this fiscal year, based on the work that you're doing, do you have any one-time expenses? Because some of those one-time expenses, if you are able to conduct them in this fiscal year and they're one-time expenses, then those funds could be the use of those funds could be transferred in the next fiscal year, which is 25.
Understood. But we didn't do phase 1.
Y'all understanding what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
We had the roofing project phase 1. So that was, I think our ask last year was 1.5 to go towards that project. Phase 1 is completed, so that's not.
And what's the associated cost for phase 2?
Phase 2 in total is I think it's 8.8 million for that project.
And you asked for 4?
Yes.
0.5. So where you getting the difference from?
We have insurance proceeds that we are applying towards that project as well.
Okay, so then that brings me to, do you have, was that the roofing challenges under any FEMA grant?
In the testimony, we do state that it's partially FEMA funded, and we're in that, I'm sure you guys can relate to this, that versioning of our PW space. Because all of our project worksheets are at version 0.
What does that mean?
meaning that subsequent assessments haven't been done, that the costing occurred early in 2017, 2018, 2019, has not translated to 2024, 2025 dollars.
So in essence, you do not have any obligations?
We have obligations, but those obligations are valued at 3 years ago, not valued at the cost of construction now.
So what are your conversations that you're having with the Office of Disaster Recovery?
They're ongoing, and we finally got an approved task order after a very long time to work with Widow Bryan's. We're in the process of going through our federal consistency determination on that St. Croix project, and there are some issues that we will be working through with ODR as well as Widow Bryan's and submitting that versioning request at some point to FEMA.
And does the federal, are you aware of as to whether or not FEMA has an appetite to reimburse if you spend $4.5 million to fix this roof? And then you get a consideration for an obligation?
Honestly, Senator, whether or not, I know we would like FEMA to reimburse, but whether or not FEMA reimburses, we have to replace that roof and we have to fix it.
Yeah, I just feel that that's a deeper dive discussion that needs to be happening with the Office of ODR, but your challenges are not unique.
Yeah.
They're not unique to you. All right. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone, and of course, good morning to the Judiciary Branch. I want to, first of all, say thank you for your continued leadership, Chief Justice, my colleague, and leading these branches that continue to be more and more difficult. And I will agree that the budget that has been sent down for the judiciary is woefully inadequate. Before we go on there, I also want to extend congratulations to Judge Alfonso Andrews and assuming the administrative judge position, as well as to the administrator of courts and her presidency. You like work, eh? Taking on more and more responsibility. Good for you. You asked for $55,385,237, and the executive branch sent down $41,080,620. $14.3 million deficit you already started at. So you talk about that being woefully inadequate, and the reality is that our revenues are not being realized at the levels that we're growing in government. Continue to be very, very challenging when we hear about the millions of dollars in vendors payment that's pending. It's creating a real embarrassing situations for us throughout. What did your revenue look like in FY24 thus far?
Tamara? I'm going to ask if Ms. Charles has that. Tamara, do you have the collections?
I don't currently, but I could grab it in.
Okay, we'll get it. We'll
Okay,
get
and
you
also
that
if you could
number.
just do a quick comparison in compared to FY 2023 the same time, just so we could look and see what's happening in that space. What is your fringe? What are you calculating for your fringe percentage?
I'm sorry. What are you calculating for your fringe? Fringe. Fringe.
Yeah, in terms of percentage or total dollars? I'm sorry, Senator, this percentage or total?
Yes, the percentage.
Average of 29% right
29%? And that's across the board?
Yes.
For all employees? 29%. Seem a little low.
Well, what it is when we do our fringe, we're actually taking actuals for the employees, and that's what it's computing to, because some of them don't carry the insurance. So it's averaging about 29%.
And do you have any unionized employees?
No.
Oh, good, thanks. real quickly, what is the mechanism or instrument being utilized to determine the court's effectiveness? Or are you using KPIs? How do you determine your goals and your ability to achieve the goals that have been set for the courts?
Well, we set some time standards for disposition of cases, and we are now going to be able to track those through the case management system so we can tell each judge exactly if they are current, if they're behind, and
who's responsible for evaluating those? And are you satisfied?
well, the court administrator actually can do our reports from the system, and we're actually working to make them a little more, instead of just being, recommended, or we're trying to put some little teeth into it so we can actually, if we don't meet them, then action will be taken. The presiding judge will be required to do certain actions, and if that doesn't work, it will come to the Chief Justice, and it may even go to the Judicial Conduct Commission.
Okay, my time is running, so I got two quick questions. In regards to the disciplinary counsel and the disciplinary review, Attorney Bailey Roca, I know that you had some challenges during the fiscal year last year. Have you been able to address those challenges? And can you speak to what are you seeing in terms of the disciplinary actions taken? Have you received additional complaints? And also, have you been able to make some inroads in those complaints?
Thank you, Senator, for asking that question. But before I answer it, actually, I wanted to ask you, how much time do I have to answer that question?
Well, try to summarize. Try to summarize. Try to summarize for me, please.
Time.
No, that time is for me, not for you. You go ahead.
I say that because I prepared for this for you, and I really want to give you an in-depth answer if that's possible. May I have a few minutes?
Madam Chair, would you allow it? No. Go ahead. Go ahead and respond. Huh? Okay, let me finish up my questions, and then the Madam Chair would allow you to be able to elaborate on her time. Chief Justice, in terms of being able to meet some of the needs of the courts, I don't believe that we're in a position to fund the additional $14 million that you're asking for here. Is there an opportunity, and this is something I've been contemplating myself here at the legislature, is there an opportunity for you to utilize some mechanism, bonding, a line of credit? Have you reviewed, does the rules allow for you to be able to seek bonds or whatever to perhaps fund some of these capital improvement and then utilize your revenues to pay over time?
I don't believe that that we have the authority to go out and issue bonds or to, even borrow significant monies and mortgage the property. And our revenues are not that many. Matter of fact, in the annual report for fiscal 2023, the total revenues in St. Thomas was $797,155, and St. Croix was $710,176.13, for a total of $1,507,331.97. So we don't, that all goes to the general fund. We don't keep any of it, so.
I understand. Again, I'm just trying to be innovative and creative here. How do we at least meet some of the needs of the courts?
We've pursued it. We wanted to construct a building in St. Croix. We acquired the property, and we went, and Governor DeYoung's time, he thought, well, at least in St. Thomas, where we are paying over $250,000 in rent, that somehow we could use that to, maybe fund some way where we could, offset that by constructing a building and use that to pay off. But I've never seen a way out unless this body really floats some bonds or appropriate some real money to us.
Oh, thank you. I guess we'll continue to have that discussion with PFA or somebody to see how we could be able to address that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So did you, the collections information that we asked for earlier, that was the numbers that you gave,
Yes, this was
Chief Justice?
fiscal year 2023. So
That's what we reported in our annual report as the collections, the cashier collections that go to the general fund.
So none of these funds sit within your, within the judiciary?
All court costs, all court fees go to the general fund.
Okay, all right. All right, let's hear from, so we're going to take some time to hear from the Chief Disciplinary Counsel, Attorney Bailey Roca. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes.
Rule 207.13 of the Rules of the Virgin Islands Supreme Court state that disciplinary proceedings and the official record in such matters are confidential. One exception to when confidentiality may be lifted is subsection E, which states where the proceedings are based upon allegations which have otherwise been made public, and subsection E6, which envisions that there will be times when the ODC must speak, quote, speak for itself in order to correct false or misleading public statements to prevent public confidence in the disciplinary system from being undermined. I intend to do both things today and share with you briefly whatever public information I can about the disciplinary system in order to help the public better understand what the role of the ODC is and what the role of the ODC is not. The ODC has prosecutorial and investigative jurisdiction over attorney disability and attorney misconduct, judicial disability and judicial misconduct, non-compliance of the annual registration statement and fees, registration of financial institutions for the IOLTA committee, receiverships, the researching of disciplinary histories for attorney bar applications, public outreach and education, maintenance of ODC statistics, administrative matters relative to the functions of the ODC, maintaining a list of all members of the Commission on Judicial Conduct, and in addition to all of this, most recently I was appointed to serve as a chair of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee for the National Organization of Bar Councils. That's the national organization dedicated to professional regulation. Prior to 2023, I did all of this largely on my own, relying on part-time assistants or short-lived full-time employees. During this period, I closed approximately 230 attorney misconduct cases, 28 UPL cases, 35 judicial misconduct cases, including the public sanction of a former Superior Court judge, 113 four-part annual registration non-compliance suspension petitions and the corresponding responsive filings, 226 disciplinary histories, sought the appointment of 9 receiverships and the corresponding responsive filings, and approximately 10 public outreach presentations, including the planning and single-handed execution of a joint conference of the BPR, the BUPL, and the CJC. I left out 2023 to the present because I finally have assembled a solid ODC team. Deputy Disciplinary Counsel Carol Smith and Special Disciplinary Counsel Catherine Donnelly joined the ODC in early 2023. We work hard and we work well together. As a result, our numbers for the third quarter include 30 attorney misconduct cases closed and 2 UPLs, with 19 cases before the Board on Professional Responsibility and 3 cases awaiting final adjudication by the Supreme Court. And we still have 1 more quarter to go. I'm working to help get the CJC fully populated so we can take action on some priority cases. We lost Judge Willocks, Judge Henderson, and Judge Purcell, and those vacancies have created a challenge for the speed of case disposition on some cases we have set as priority. I'm grateful for the swift action of the Chief Justice, the presiding judge, and the legislature, who have all made their appointments. We're also working with the IOLTA board to discuss the possibility of how to create and fund a client protection fund, which has been my dream for the territory for more than a few years, in order to help reimburse complainants who have been financially harmed by their lawyers and much, much more. But for all of our good work, the ODC stands between 2 opposing forces: fearful respondent attorneys and aggressive complainants. In the past 9 years, the ODC has defended itself successfully in civil actions or other complaints well over 12 times in multiple jurisdictions. The work that the ODC does matter, but where I feel I have been the most unsuccessful is in sufficiently educating the public about the role of the ODC. To explain that the Office of Disciplinary Counsel does not represent complainants, that although they are complainants, they are not parties to these matters, that their participation is essentially limited to being a witness. That's it. And this is true not just in the Virgin Islands, but throughout most, if not all, jurisdictions. It is also difficult to get complainants to understand that it is entirely possible for a situation to feel wrong to them and yet still be completely ethical. And that my only concern is not what feels right or wrong, but what is ethical and unethical. And if it's unethical, does it then rise to the level of sanctions? The work of regulation is hard, but when I'm able to help someone get resolution to a matter they've been struggling with by getting their lawyer to consent to restitution, when I can tell an attorney who has struggled with addiction to trust me enough to tell them the hard truths about their mental health or addiction issues and that they need rehabilitation, when I can walk a judge back from stone cold denial to admission and apology, it makes this work worth it. But those moments are rarely seen because the nature of this process is confidential. Yes, Senator Francis, the needle has shifted over the years at my call and at the generous answer of the court. I look forward to watching it grow even more, and I thank you for allowing me this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
If I may, I just
well,
want
before you go, Chief Justice, we need to get a copy of that testimony that was read into the record. Someone is going to come to retrieve it, or can you have your office send it via email? Because you said a lot, particularly in the beginning, and we need an opportunity to look at it so we can ask you relevant questions.
Absolutely.
So can you please have it sent over? All right, Chief Justice?
Yeah, I just wanted to correct, I think, disciplinary counsel said a superior court judge, and it was not a superior court judge, it was a magistrate judge, so I just want to make that clear.
Okay.
Who was no longer on the bench in a way, so.
All right, well, just for full disclosure, I believe all of us, to include myself, we have received several complaints about what appears to be, let me just put it that way, the lack of movement with the disciplinary council. So it's not my colleague alone that's, he asked the question first, but I'm certain that other senators would have asked similarly so. So I just want to make sure that we all understand that.
Yeah, on page 29 of the annual report, we actually stated the disciplinary caseload for the last fiscal year. And as an example, at the beginning of the year, it was 135 cases pending, 45 new cases, these are attorney cases, were filed, 33 were disposed of, which left a balance of 147, so there was no reduction, so I can understand. For judicial misconduct, there was 5 at the beginning of the year, 2 were filed, 2 were disposed of, so 5 remain. And for unfair labor.
What page, pardon me?
This is page 29 of the annual report. And all of these figures, all of the caseloads is published in that. So it sets out exactly the work of the disciplinary council, receiverships, which is a big problem for us where attorneys die and doesn't leave any instructions on what to do with the cases, and disciplinary counsel has to come in and take it over.
What can we ask, though? Because we're getting, reports or information that some of these cases have been unresolved over 10 years. So, it's important for us to put it on the record. These our constituents are coming to us, and they're sharing this information. We don't know whether it's truth or not truth. So our responsibility is to ask. So how far back are some of these cases that's before the Judiciary Committee?
Disciplinary counsel can answer that because
You have a point.
it's one of, my, one of my complaints is that we have cases, I believe that any case over 5 years should be, if it hadn't been resolved, it should probably be dismissed. That is, of course, unfair to the clients who will not get a resolution because of the, but disciplinary counsel can tell you I thought we had gotten rid of most of those over 10 years, but I would like for her to put it on the record.
Yes, thank you. I think I agree with the Chief Justice that for cases that have been there for a significant period of time, we look at those far more closely. But I also think it's important to say that walking into this position 9 years ago, I inherited over 100 cases. The oldest case was from 1991. I think I was in the 11th grade at that time. And that's a case that I was able to close. Some of the older cases we have are actually some of the more egregious cases that we have. And for the first time, my office is looking very closely at some of the lawyers who have been able to escape discipline for decades, literally. And we have done all that we can within the rules to expedite that. A lot of the things that we have done, I cannot discuss with you. They are confidential, as I said, as I opened this. So it's very hard to give you a true picture. And if the only picture that is being looked at is the numbers, then again, that's an untrue picture.
Okay, so 1 second. So the question on the table is, how far back are some of these cases? What's your oldest case forward? That's really the question.
I think the oldest case we have is 12 years old. Yeah. I think that's the oldest case we have.
Okay, so that was a question. Senator Francis Jr., you recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask Attorney Bailey Roker, and obviously we appreciate the work that has been done, and I want to say thank you for providing that information. How are you keeping the clients or complainants engaged in what's happening here? Because if all the hard work, again, goes for naught, if the complainants or clients are not being kept abreast of what's happening and there is some level of satisfaction, you may not call it satisfaction, but at least resolution in one way, shape, or form.
Well, Senator, we routinely field calls from them. We talk with them. We explain to them. But it's very hard to explain to someone who feels harmed in a matter that you cannot assist them with that feeling. And so what happens, because it doesn't go within the prescription of the law. And so what happens is they get frustrated and angry because we live in an underserved community. Many people can't afford the help it costs to hire an attorney. And so they come to us expecting outcomes that they are supposed to get through the civil process if they were able to do that. Another challenge we have is that members of the bar don't want to sue one another. So things that could maybe be arguable, what could arguably be called a malpractice suit, or even a small claim suit to reclaim some of those funds, people don't know how to do that. So even when we talk to them, I mean, routinely, the frustration levels are so high. I mean, I've heard really disparaging comments about us that, vilify us, evil, corrupt, awful. But that's not who we are. And that's not the work that we do. And the work that we do is prescribed by the rules. And I would have complainants say, I want to hear how my case is going. And I will say, it's not your case. You are the complainant. The complainant here is not a party to these proceedings, and that's by rule. So the short answer is we do everything that we can to educate and to assist. But where we're unable to help, or where maybe the timeframes have extended, the frustration levels are so high that folks just don't want to hear that.
Okay, so let me ask you, did you share with us in the brief testimony that you have 2 deputies on board?
No, I say 1.5. I have one deputy. Her name is Carol Smith. And we have an independent contractor who works with us out of New York. And her name is Catherine Donnelly. She's a special disciplinary counsel.
Okay, so you have
1.5.
1.5 FTEs. Now, let me ask you, did you have more at some point and you lost them? More?
Yeah, we had...
did you hire anyone in the past 2 years?
Well, I don't hire anybody for the court. The court hires.
You know what I mean, though. You don't understand what I mean. Did you get additional personnel within the last 2 years?
Yes.
Okay, how many deputies did you get in the last 2 years?
I had 2.
And one left?
Left.
Okay. And since you've been on board, how many were you able to,
I'm sorry, 3 left. 3 left.
So you
Since
have 4.
2020, 3 left.
So you had 4.
No. I had at various times myself, and one in 2019, I had Mike Holzconnect. He was special disciplinary counsel. He stayed for about a year. He left in 2020. After that, we hired another deputy disciplinary counsel. He stayed for a very short period of time, and then he left. And then after, we hired another deputy disciplinary counsel, and they stayed for another relatively short period of time, and they left. Now we have Carol Smith, deputy disciplinary counsel, and Catherine Donnelly, part-time, our special disciplinary counsel, who have been there for about a year and a half.
Okay, so you clearly have what we would consider a high separation. Has there been any assessment as to why we're seeing that level of separation?
It's not high, Senator. They've been there for a year and a half, and they plan to stay. One of them wants to come on full-time.
So you don't consider that somebody you hire in 2019, we are now in 2023, you said that they came on and they said a year and a half, somebody in 2020, another year and a half. You don't consider that people coming and leaving? No? Is it that I'm missing something?
Well, actually, the first person that ever left the ODC was Attorney Mike Holzconnect.
No. I want to be specific with my question. I was very specific. You said it's not high, and I'm trying to understand what you mean. You don't have that many staff, right? Good. So
No
based
staff
on the
except
number
for-
of staff that you have, you're saying that your turnover, based on what you shared, your turnover is within a year and a half, give or take. Is that a correct statement?
No.
Okay, so what did I miss?
Okay. The office had, in 2019, hired a special disciplinary counsel, Mike Holzconnect. He stayed for about a year and a half. I think he left in 2020, sometime in 2020. Then after he left, there was deputy disciplinary counsel who came on board remotely. He stayed for a very short period of time, and then he left. Right after he left, there was another deputy disciplinary counsel that came on board. And he stayed for a very short period of time as well, and then he left. So those are 3. Then the 4th and the 5th have been there for over a year and a half now, with one asking to to come on full-time and stay long-term.
Yeah, so I am with the position that I have, what I said, that the turnover is high, and I was asking if there was an assessment or some determination as to why we're seeing folks coming for a year and a half and leaving. I mean, by your own admission, you can't speak when I'm speaking, one at a time. Okay? So, by your own admission, folks are coming, they're staying a year and a half, and then they're leaving. And my simple question was, have we looked at why is that occurring? Simple.
I can answer that.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, we're going to move on. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good morning to the judiciary team. Chief Judge Reese Hodge, and the presiding judge, Honorable Deborah Smith Watlington. Welcome to the whole staff. You know, I'm going to follow up on what the president was saying, because I was looking at those same numbers, right? You're requesting 53,697,870, but the recommendation is only $41,080,000, which is 12,617,870 less. So, and it was a similar situation, like the president pointed out. So, what we've discovered, right, is the revenue projections for the government are really down. You know, I have my concerns about the revenue forecasting, specifically when we're spending over $400 million in total capital projects in the Virgin Islands, but we're only collecting 5%. They're only projecting that we're going to collect the gross receipts. So the money that we're spending is not turning around in our economy. So we gotta improve that, because there's no way we should only get 5% or project 5% is going to come back to the government. I mean, just employees alone is going to be more than that. So it's not working out. So I want to go now to the Office of Private Counsel, because you mentioned there was 163 motions to withdraw, and you're requesting, it's in this budget, 1,687,367. So how are we going to improve that? Because that seems to me like that's a lot of motions to withdraw. How are we going to address that?
Okay. Well, that's why we are setting up this counsel's office, so that when this is appointed, you can't move to withdraw.
Okay.
And this is really to fill that void, because this day and age, we can't get people to join a panel who's willing to accept an appointment for the rates that we pay. I don't know if we had a higher rate, if it would be better, but our rates are considerably lower than the district court.
Okay.
And the district court is having trouble filling their panels. They get attorneys from Puerto Rico and from outside the United States on their panels.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So the compensation rate may be a factor. Okay, you know, I wanted to, being the chairman of Health Hospitals and Human Services, right? Behavioral health, you know, I hear the mental health, you know, always telling me, and Human Services and the Justice, you know, Bureau of Corrections, about the challenges, you know, with completing the assignments and follow up and so. So I know I'm not going to ask you that, but, you know, I'm going to give you a call, and also my classmate, because we need to be able to solve that problem as a government, because, you know, we want to make sure that the mental patients are getting the proper care and the government is doing what the courts mandate. But it seems to be a real big problem. Okay, so now with the 148,338 that you need for the 2 law librarians, and 130, they're recommending 620. That doesn't seem to be a big issue. So I think we can definitely go ahead with that one day. Now, I want to address now that you say 43 are eligible for retirement in 2025 of the 313 employees that you have. Do you have any indication if 43 are going to retire, or they're going?
We don't. This is just looking at the employment history. Those are eligible. We assume that they won't all be going, but if they did, we have to be prepared to address.
Okay, yeah, because those, if they're eligible for retirement, that's a lot of experienced folks that would be potentially leaving. So, okay, I'm glad to hear that. The single pay scales now, you said you converted to one pay scale and there was 98% covered. Why is the other 2% not covered?
1 minute.
Yeah.
Good morning, Koya Otley, Human Resources. So that other percentage represents our marshals, so our peace officers are on a separate scale.
Okay. The marshals are unionized? Are they unionized?
We do not have any unionized employees.
Okay. So you're working to get everybody, then I guess it's just a dispute, because, once you have 98% is in the scale and then you have 2% out, you figure
30
there must
seconds.
have been some kind of issue, but I'm glad to hear that you're working on that. Okay, good. So now let's go to the 14% of the benchmark positions that are below the market. So you're proposing a 4% increase for all employees. How do you address that? Because to me, that would seem, because you see, your employees are very well qualified, educated. So with the education and experience they come, there'll be a lot of other offers. They'd have a lot of other opportunities. So how do you address that? Are you proposing any extra additional, Madam Chair, can I just finish? Thank you. Are you approaching any extra additional benefits for those that are targeted as potential leaving the system?
Regina Peterson. Well, Senator, we're in the trenches right now on that compensation and classification study. We were just sharing some of the preliminary findings. So we will not be making any decisions until the study is complete from a strategic standpoint in terms of what steps we need to take to make sure that we have 100% of our positions at or above market.
Okay, thank you. And I fully support giving the judiciary as much as we can, because this is an equal branch of government and we need to make sure that they can do their job. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Blessings.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. We need to get the testimony that was just read into the record by Attorney Bailey Roker before this meeting is over. When we have individuals read, and it's my fault because usually we ask that the testimony is provided prior to reading it into the record. We have to allow my colleagues to ask relevant questions based on the testimony. So we need to get a testimony, please. If we need to take a recess to get it, then that's what we're going to do. Okay? The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. We're back on the record. We've received the statement from Attorney Bailey Roker. I just want to make sure I put it on the record that as a chair, once my colleagues ask for information, I have to make sure that the information is provided. Hence the reason for the recess, to ensure that we were able to get the testimony that was read into the record. Okay? So colleagues, the testimony has been... One second. The testimony has been sent to all senators. We are going to ask that a clean copy be sent back to the committee after the meeting, because this copy is does have some writing on it, which we understand. So we will look forward to getting the clean copy. So colleagues, you have it in your email. It was emailed to you. Chief Justice Hodge, you were saying something? Oh, you have not received a copy? Okay. All right.
It's not so bad.
Okay, Senator Johnson. But before we go to Senator Johnson, let me just go back to the budget a little bit. So let's talk about WAPA. Are you up to date with paying your WAPA bills? And I see that, yes?
Except for the current month, yes, we paid all the past due bills for WAPA.
So your annual amount owed?
Paulette Rapsat Simmons, sorry.
Owed to WAPA is about how much?
I'm sorry?
Annual.
Annual WAPA expense? Because I see you have your utility and communication rolled into one. So that's $2 million that you're asking for. But what is the WAPA amounts?
Come in.
Let me see.
Electricity last year was about $1,051,270.67. So it's about $1.1 million, between $1 to 1.1 million.
So let's say 1.2 on the high side. So then you're asking for 800,000 on the communication side? Your communication costs 800,000, almost $1 million?
Our cloud storage costs have increased significantly. Paulette Rapsat Simmons.
Your computer.
Yes. Paulette Rapsat Simmons. Our cloud storage costs have increased significantly. And
so that goes under your communication?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to Justice. Good morning to your team. And good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I want to follow up with Attorney Roker because I myself got many calls, and I'm quite sure it's folks that are coming to your office and complaining. So I really want to start out with a follow-up as to why are folks leaving?
Folks are not leaving. There were 3 people who worked in the position in the Office of Disciplinary Counsel who left. The first was Michael Holzknecht. On the legislative record in 2020, I explained the reason that Mike Holzknecht left. The reason that he left was because we were under a writ of mandamus under the Burns opinion that had been issued by the court. And Mike was so impacted by the nature of the opinion that he said, I'm gone. And I said that back in 2020.
Okay.
The other individual that was there, I'm not going to call their names, but the other individual that was there, he stayed for a very short period of time. And without discussing the personnel reasons why he left, I will say the atmosphere of antagonism that we encounter is an issue. And one of the things I didn't say in my testimony that I left out for time, but also for atmosphere, is the ways that the ODC is discussed publicly. And that's why I talked about the portion of the rule that says from time to time, we get to push back against that. The reason why I believe I have the perfect team assembled right now is because of the fearlessness that these people encountered. We have been sued at least 12 times in multiple jurisdictions One of the lawsuits we didn't even know about, because when the judge took a look at it and realized the frivolity of it, they wanted to have it dismissed. The person withdrew it.
Our judge is the judge who was hearing the case abroad.
It was in New York. We found out about it on a Google search. So I've had complainants who have used violent language in response to some of the attorneys that they're frustrated at. One of them said, "I will have my vengeance in blood or in flesh." I referred that person to the marshal's office.
I could imagine. I have had some meetings with some constituents that are very bitter about what's going on with these hearings and how they personally feel it was advantaged or used by an attorney, and they're getting no justice. That's their belief.
That's the belief, but that's not the truth.
Okay.
And a lot of this suit, I would say, Senator, is based upon the perception. And that's what I said. You may feel that something is wrong, but the question I get to ask is it ethical? And then if it's ethical, is it sanctionable? We are here and we hear the whole judiciary is working on a backlog of their own cases, fully staffed with paralegals, law clerks in their chambers. It's me, Carol, and Catherine halftime. And we're still doing the work. And we're still doing the tough cases. And we're still bringing it forward.
I definitely going to want to have some of the Senate meeting with you and your team, because we have to get to the bottom of it. Because
if it's public, I can share it. If it's not,
I respect that. I thank you very much. I want to go to ask some questions to the administrator. On page 11 of 34, there is, in 10/1/2023, you have $8 million in this saving account, and then by 3/31/24, you have $12 million. Normally, whatever money is remaining in your accounts or in the budget, you guys get to keep it. Where are we with this particular account right now as we speak?
I'm sorry, Senator, it's not clear what you're referring to. On page 11 where?
11 of 34. Your very first line, straight across, it says 8,800,142, and that's the available amount in that account by 10/1/23. And then you go over to the last line, which will be
the bank balance as of 3/31.
3/31/24.
Correct.
What's the status on that account as we speak right now?
Paulette Rapsett Simmons, Senator, that is our operating account. So it's reflective of the allotments that we're receiving, any insurance proceeds, any FEMA reimbursements. So it's our operating account.
And what's the current right now? Because the last, in this post, it was 3/31/24. It was up to $12 million. What is in it right now?
Senator, I'll have to look that up and get back to you.
Thank you. And then I'll continue my line of questioning. Received so many calls about your security officers that are working on holiday but are not receiving holiday pay. What's the status on that?
Senator, I'm not aware of any security that are not receiving holiday pay. The holiday is defaulted into the stat system by Department of Finance, so I'm not aware of any employees who are not
That's
receiving
the regular
holiday
security
pay.
that works to the court, and do they get overtime or comp time?
And there are none.
If you did answer, I didn't hear your answer.
I haven't answered yet. I believe they're they're non-exempt employees, and I would say in the situation of certain security officers, they are also on shift work, so they may work on the weekends and so forth, but they're working a regular 40-hour week based on their rotation. So they may, if they're working on a holiday, they generally get the comp time for that holiday worked at straight time.
Time.
At straight time, not overtime.
Well, it's at straight. I'm saying the extra hours worked in a work week with a holiday is generally at straight time because they would have been paid for the holiday. If they're working on that day, then they would get the extra time, a time and a half. Provided they
The
have,
reports that I'm getting,
provided they have
that is
it. I'm
not-
sorry.
Madam Chair, I know the time was called. I'll wrap up with this, but I have some more questions I'd like to ask.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, and if I may, Senator, just to add, that's provided they have exceeded the 40-hour work week.
I think what the senator is asking is clearly, does the judiciary pay overtime to its security officers? Do they get overtime? Do they get compensatory time? What do they receive once they work outside of the 40 hours?
Most employees are being paid comp time unless it's for specific authorized overtime projects. So
okay.
if it's not one of those authorized projects that get cash overtime, we are still in a limited overtime authorization cycle.
So I don't know what I mean. So is it that you have, because you have different types of employees. So I understand what you're saying for different types of employees. So we are specific to your security type employee. Is overtime being paid for them? I believe that when we met last fiscal year, we had this very same conversation about overtime with your security your security employees. Because in the advent of, like, when you have hurricanes, let's just use that.
Okay.
Emergencies is the word. And those employees have to come out. I think after the storms of 2017, there were some challenges around how to take care of the excess hours that those employees worked.
And if I recall, Senator, most of the employees that came out were on
A little louder in the mic.
Paulette
Yeah.
Rapsat Simmons. 2017, I think we were still in comp time at that period, so they were not, no one was being paid overtime. And even our policy now is limited overtime, so we have not converted to full overtime pay. There are certain projects that are submitted for approval, and with the approval of the administration, the administrator of courts, those specific projects are authorized for cash overtime payment. But the policy of the court is still comp time.
And so let me ask you, when an employee separates, let's just use the security, when they separate from the judiciary, how do you treat
The
their
comp time?
compensatory time?
It's paid out.
Because it is a cashable benefit.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure we understand that. It is a
Yes.
cashable benefit.
Madam Chair,
And in addition to
may I wrap
that,
up on this one question?
1 second, go ahead.
and in addition to that, for employees who have exceeded 240 hours, they also are paid out in cash.
I got it.
And
Senator Johnson.
If I can add on that.
One second,
Yeah,
Senator
If I could add,
Johnson. Go ahead.
because of the hurricanes and the employees having to work overtime, we could not get reimbursed from FEMA because we didn't have a policy.
Correct.
And we amended our personnel rules to specifically allow those employees to receive overtime so that we can then petition FEMA to get reimbursement. So we did act on that because we got bond in 2017.
Yeah, that was the issue. So your policy now states that there's overtime for specific instances of projects.
Correct.
Got it.
And emergencies.
And emergencies.
Got it. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much. I recognize that you have a big fleet of cars. And I see in your testimony you're asking for $1 million. But I also see the amount of cars that are up for auction. And in the parking lot, especially on the island of St. Croix, there isn't parking space because these cars are not being auctioned off. And in my conversation with property and procurement, they make some $150,000, $200,000 in auctioning cars. So why are we not actually these cars been there for some of them maybe 5 to 10 years. Why are we not auctioning off these cars so you could utilize some of the money to buy cars?
Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts. We are working on an auction, Senator. We actually started that process. We have the catalog. We're very close to launching our auction activity. There were some things that we needed to clear up with our general counsel in terms of the court's ability to retain those funds and things of that nature, because we want to make sure that we are on the right side of the law as it relates to the assets of the government of the Virgin Islands and those within our control, but we are fully ready to pull that trigger.
I sure hope you do, because you come to the court, you can't get parking space because there are more abandoned cars in the court parking lot than space for folks to park. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. So clearly, once you auction those vehicles, who gets the money?
On advice of counsel, we can retain the funds so that we can then purchase or use it to purchase other vehicles. It wasn't clear, but we needed to, Regina Peterson, sorry, but we needed to make sure that we dotted that I and crossed that T.
All right.
Senator, do you still want the information on the jury expenses?
Yes, please.
Okay. And rather than an average, Paulette Rapsat Simmons, I'm sorry. And rather than an average, because there were so many fluctuations, especially during the period of COVID, what I'd like to do is provide you with the annual jury expenses from FY18 through to FY 2023. So
just give me the 2023 numbers.
the 2023 number is 162,436.
So, and the numbers for those previous years obviously were less?
Well, in FY 2019, it was 218,549.
Okay, so what are you clocking in FY 24 based on what you've paid out thus far?
I think right now we're at about 45,000. That's trending low, of course, but it's not representative of the number. It's more so representative of the number of trials that actually went forward. So the expenses, of course, are related to whether or not our cases plea out or they actually move forward.
So based on that, are we settling more cases? That sounds like that's the case. Eh?
Yes, we're seeing a lot of cases that are being pled out.
All right. Colleagues.
Senator, if I may make one clarification also.
Sure.
When Senator Francis asked about the fringe, I was speaking to the amount that we calculated for the actual budget document, and that fringe component based on all the categories. And as I indicated, we do the actual health insurance, et cetera. That's factoring at 29% of the total personnel. However, if you're just taking actuals to date and looking at GRS and health insurance and so forth, it'll seem to trend closer to about a 34%. But however, we have some high wage earners when you get to the end of the year that drop off, who don't have Social Security, et cetera. So just wanted to make that clarification in case the question, it seemed confusing, because he did say, it seemed a little low.
Yeah, actually we talked about it.
Yes.
So,
okay.
So you're basically saying what you treat up at the end of the year, it comes around to like 29% because of the differences in the types of employees.
It could.
So some are paying more, some are paying a lot less. We have individuals who don't have insurance because they have family members who work in the other government sector, so they pay their family within the,
Right.
Understood. All right. Senator DeGraff, colleagues, we're going to go to a quick 2-minute round before we wrap up. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really didn't have anything else because, like I say, I support giving the branch of government what they ask for, and then I give it to you for 5 years, and then you could come back after that. We go from there. But I would give you the 55 at 5 years. So. But thank you for the time, Madam Chair. Good.
We ain't got no primary grade, I know, right? Okay, because I think that all of us would try our best to give what we can, but we have to align our revenues with our expenditures, and we have to be realistic. So, Senator DeGraff, if you have something that we know, let me know, because I need to know. All right. Okay. So, who are we going to next? Senator Francis Jr., your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Justice, do you have any judgment, litigation against the court at this time? Financial, that is.
No. We don't have any money to pay out, but
we get sued all the time.
we get sued. Judges get sued, even though we supposedly have immunity, but we get sued and we have to refer to the insurance company and we have to pay the $5,000 deductible up front, or, so it's...
We carry judicial liability.
Yeah.
But nothing at this time against the court.
No.
Right? And in terms of enhanced technology, especially in light of your decline in personnel, what does that look like for you? You usually in the advanced stage of technology anyway, but what does enhancement look like for you?
Yeah, we are, from the upper funds, I think we have $1 million something just to improve
1 minute.
the case management system that will allow, I'll allow the administrator to explain exactly.
What we're trying to do is bring our CMS into or up to the platform, the latest supported platform, because oftentimes, that's important.
That's case management system?
Yeah, our case management system, right. So I think we're moving, almost 5 or 6 iterations to ensure that we will be supported in the future. So we've got to move from whatever version we're at now to the next version. But in terms of what's on the horizon with technology, and even though we're skeptical about a lot of it, of course, there's a lot of talk about AI, and that's a big topic now on a national scene, and how we can better implement things like chatbots and things of that nature to help from a customer service perspective. And I think Justice Hodge also still has his eyes set on an online dispute resolution system.
And obviously there's a lot of opportunity for individuals to utilize their mobile phones to be able to access a lot of the forms and documents. Is it fillable online as well?
We're working with having a lot of fillable templates. The clerk of the court, we're looking at a lot of those forms. We have to update our form bank as well. Some of the new mandates that have come down as well with extreme risk protection orders and stuff like that. Some of those form packets will be fillable once we have those online. So yes, we are moving in that direction to make it more user-friendly and accessible. And we realize just how many people actually access and depend on our portal. Because when our portal was down, our phones were ringing off the hook that nobody could see the case information.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time I've been called. Thank you.
All right, so just let me get clarification here, just based on the testimony of Attorney Bailey Roca. So we heard I think the Rules Committee heard yesterday the nomination of Judge Morris, correct?
Correct.
So that's moving to be filled.
Yes.
Judge Henderson?
Morris.
No, I'm seeing something here saying Judge Henderson in the testimony.
Oh, no. She was,
I'm trying to go through this.
She was referring to the members of the CJC.
I see.
Yes.
So
and
that
have
person-
moved on because of those appointments. They're no longer serving on the CJC.
Okay, good. So you have a replacement for that individual?
This is the governor's appointment.
It's the governor's
Okay, so that's the governor's appointment.
Everybody else has appointed except the governor.
Mr. President,
Right.
that's the governor's appointment. We need to see if they could fast track this one on first. And then the magistrate, Purcell?
Purcell? Yeah, her position was filled a long time ago.
Okay, so who filled Magistrate Purcell's position?
Magistrate Bra Ross filled that position.
Okay, so that's not a vacancy then?
No, not on the CJC. No.
Okay, well, that's what was represented in the testimony. So that's why I took the time to ask. Okay, so basically, it's basically one. Well,
we're awaiting the final appointment. Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you. All right. Senator Fonseca, be recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On page 16 here with the operating expense, right? You know, I noticed that your travel is extremely low actually for the budget that you have. Your travel is very low, so that's a good sign. Do you have any accounts payable vendors over 60 days? You had the President, Madam Chair, had asked you about WAPA, and that answer was for WAPA for the Superior Court and the Supreme Court. It was for both, because I noticed you have two different WAPA accounts.
Paulette Roxette Simon, yes, the information was for all courts, the judicial branch as a whole.
Okay.
And
so,
with regard to the 60 days, I'll actually have to look at the details, ask someone to look at the details. But in terms of who may be in that category, if any, I expect that there may be some.
Okay. I had one question about the marriage license, right? And actually, I gotta congratulate you because I had to get my mother and father's marriage license going back till the time at Timbuktu, and you actually had a copy. So I was very impressed with that because I thought I might not have been able to get that. But so how do you keep those old records? You keep them on what storage device? How do you store the old records?
Right now, we have a storage relocation and archiving project. But there was a period of time we have mixed. We have file folders in that storage bay in Subbase, and we have other storage, of course, in St. Croix as well. We have a combination. We have microfiche, and it's kind of hard to get that stuff. Microfiche is still around, and we've been working with a vendor to convert records as we need them. But overall, we have an overarching project to relocate and move our archiving system to state-of-the-art digitizing.
Okay, good. And the one vendor here, computer services, the 2.6 million. That's one vendor or a conglomerate? How is that?
You're referring to to which one?
The software, hardware maintenance. That's on page 16. You saw it? You got 2,698,138 software and hardware maintenance, license renewals, etc.
Without actually confirming which one you're referencing, I will tell you that our case management system, almost all of our systems are in the cloud, and all of those systems carry annual maintenance agreements. So that's probably the sum total of the various systems, whether it's our finance system, our document routing system, or our case management system.
Okay, awesome. Judiciary got my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So have you received your allotment? Are your allotments up to date? That's the question.
Paulette Roxette Simmons. Senator, we have received our allotments through June for a total of $31,873,725.
So your allotments are up to June, so you have not received your July allotment to date, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you have to write for your allotment, or they just automatically send it?
They require that we put together a spending plan, and we send that in quarterly.
Every month or every quarter?
We send it in quarterly with monthly allocations. Even though we request the quarterly allotment, we generally don't get a full quarterly allotment. So they tend to attempt to do the monthly allotment, but this year was an anomaly in that we waited excessively long to receive those, and some of them, like our first allotment for October was paid in 3 installments. Finally by March.
Your first allotment
Was
for
paid.
October?
Was paid in 3 installments.
You mean the quarter or the October month?
No,
The
October.
month, I'm sorry, the last one was received in February.
Okay, so that's due
So
to the.
we had three installments on our first.
So that's due
month.
to the cash flow challenges.
That's correct. And in fairness, finance did advance our November because it was a much smaller amount. So they advanced that before completing the October, just to provide, I guess, what they were able to manage at the time.
And on average, annually, do you expend all of your operating expenses, not on the personnel side, the payroll side, not on the personnel
Non-personnel.
payroll side, the operating side?
Yes.
Okay, so if we were to ask you for your bank accounts, we would be able to see that you have just residual dollars available?
There's going to be time. Encumbrance.
Well, there are
Other than your-
encumbrances that are supported by those balances as well.
So, okay, so you guys do encumbrances?
Yes, we do.
So when you approach, so you have the cash, you have cash, and then you're doing encumbrances. So you encumber your, what type of transactions do you encumber?
Contracts. Even we have purchase orders.
So if you have a contract for, let's say, $1 million for whatever purpose. So within that fiscal year, you'd encumber the entire $1 million. Say the contract is over 4 years. 25, what am I saying?
Well,
250. 250 per year over 4 years, $1 million. How do you encumber those dollars?
There were times we were able to do that, but that's not necessarily the practice anymore because the cash flow isn't there. So we fund sometimes based on availability of funds.
Well, a contract that's over a 4 year period needs to be encumbered in that fiscal year.
Yes.
So if it's 250 for that year, then it's only 250. That's why I asked you if you have funds left over, because that's why I asked you if you have funds left over. So what you're doing is you're encumbering whatever dollars you have left for whatever projects, and then you're utilizing those dollars in the ensuing fiscal year.
Not necessarily at the end, but that practice was in place, yes. But what I'm explaining is that we have had situations with large projects where we're attempting to fund through the end of the fiscal year as best we can, and then we increase in the ensuing year.
Okay. All right. Our presiding judge has been very quiet today. Presiding Judge Smith-Watlington, just tell us about your cases and, if you have a system in place to move those cases off. We've heard, we live in a very small community, so there's been lots of discussion about cases moving very slowly, things not moving as quickly as people feel they should move. Just talk to us about what your challenges are there and what your from your leadership perspective, what are you putting in place, if you can, I don't know, to make sure that you're able to at least begin to move off some of those cases. And of course, we have the challenges with derelict buildings, and a lot of them are tied to probate, et cetera, et cetera. So just talk to us a little bit about, what are you doing, what are your challenges, and what you see in the foreseeable future.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't ask you how much time I have, but needless to say, there are a number of challenges. There are many challenges that judges face in moving cases. I'm sure you've heard them before. We give priority to our criminal cases. And because we give priority to our criminal cases, it means that the civil cases lag even longer. But just for example, the reduction in the jury fees is an indication that we are having less jury trials. We have less jury trials for a number of reasons, but it takes longer to bring cases to trial due to problems with witnesses, attorney turnover. You know, it takes at least one attorney on each side. We have a large turnover in the Attorney General's office. We have turnovers in the Office of the Public Defender. We have difficulty with appointed attorneys. You heard about the number of motions to be relieved from cases. Those account for some of the delays in moving cases. There are also delays when we have to wait for FBI witnesses to appear, results to come in from the FBI laboratories in criminal cases, and just the normal difficulties that human beings have. People get sick, people travel, people are not available when cases are scheduled, and then, you know, oftentimes cases don't move unless and until a judge sets them, and then we have the motions to continue. And so we didn't talk about motions to continue, but motions to continue contribute to delays in cases as well. But our judges work very hard to move cases. We understand that the public want their cases resolved quickly, and some are easier to resolve than others. There are certain requirements. Every time an action for injunctive relief is filed, someone files for request for a temporary restraining order, the judge assigned has to drop everything else that judge is doing and focus on that request for a temporary injunctive relief, a TRO. And so there are a number of statutory requirements that require judges to pause on a case that they may be working on to give priority to the cases that we are statutorily required to act on immediately. In response to Senator Fonseca's comments about the behavioral health concern, you often hear about the vicious cycle with our persons who suffer with mental illness and their arrests and traffic through the criminal justice system. And, you know, there's a lot that is needed to address those types of cases and those individuals. And we would love to have a diversionary program where we can assist and help persons with mental health problems and care for them holistically, but the court can't do that alone. You know, and while there was a lot of talk about the new behavioral health statute, it's one thing to have a statute, and then it's another thing to execute it.
Absolutely.
And so while we have laws on the books that provide for the treatment of persons with mental health, we need facilities. And I wish one day someone would do an analysis as to the amount of money that we are spending off island. And this has been going on for 30, 40 years in my professional experience. Going off island to pay to care for persons who are mentally ill, whether they're in the criminal justice system, we have to send them off island to a forensic facility, and that's required by statute. Those who are involuntarily committed, and we don't have a place for them, the only residential facility in the Virgin Islands under the Department of Health is the Eldridge Shelterbrand facility. And while it has a capacity, I believe, about 32 beds now, there is an arm of the facility that remains uninhabited because it's in need of repairs, and that too, I believe, is subject to a FEMA funding.
Correct.
But I think we need to find, and I guess it's easy for me to say, ways to take care of our needs ourselves and look at how we have been doing things. Because if we look at the money that's been spent off island to care for persons who are mentally ill over the years, by now we should have had a facility here with the capacity to care, the staffing and all, and that too would help the court system. That too would help provide a better quality of life for all in this community and reduce some of the clogging in the court system, if I can tie it back to some of the challenges we face and that affect the number of cases that we have. But, you know, the judges work hard to move cases. We have hundreds and hundreds of cases. I have a report here that I won't read. It's not a written report, it's just some numbers, but I mean, just jury cases that are pending in the St. Thomas St. John district are a total of 685 cases. In the St. Thomas St. Croix district, we have a total of 1,720 jury cases pending, and that includes criminal and civil. And there are more civil cases than criminal cases because the criminal cases take priority, as I mentioned earlier. Then there are non-jury cases that we have to consider too, and you add on to that non-jury cases of another 941, and those include appeals, citations, civil, criminal, and family matters. And that's just in the St. Thomas St. John district, and non-jury cases in the St. Croix district constitutes about 562. So we have a very active community when it comes to litigation. And I think that's common throughout the nation, the country, you know. People are suing more, there are more conflicts that we have to address, that people come to the court to resolve. And they're not, it's not enough to just look at the numbers. We can't just look at numbers and believe that people aren't doing the work. And this is not easy work. This is hard work. And there are a lot of sacrifices that are made to do this work. And we have numerous challenges, but we work hard and we try our best.
So let me ask you, do you have like KPIs, key performance indicators, to determine, you know, annually how successful or not successful? And I hear what you say, because all cases are not created equal. Some have so much that you have to pour into them. It takes longer for them to move, et cetera. But how do you measure your I don't know if the word is success.
Yeah, you know, success is relative.
Yeah, it's relative, yeah. Productivity. How do you, and that productivity is relative too in this particular environment of yours. I mean, I just want to know, what tools do you use to determine whether or not a particular, let's just say a judge, because that's what we're dealing with here, okay? Judge is actually moving his or her cases along, where you see that you have the buckets where you spoke about, where you have those that, you know, have challenges, those that are more, you know, easier to move. How do you measure and how do you make sure that, you know, things are truly moving and you're aware of what's not happening in your in the judiciary?
Well, as the Chief Justice mentioned earlier, we have standards, time standards that have been in place for various case types, and we prefer to refer to them as guidelines that sets, I guess, a standard, for lack of a better word, but a timeline general timeline to complete a case based on the case type. But again, you know, there are so many factors that go into the movement of cases, in addition to the work that the attorneys do. I mean, you have interlocutory appeals, you have service issues, you have attorneys who request transcripts that might take time to get before they can move the case forward. There are a number of other issues, and we've been discussing them, but we do have reports that are issued at either monthly or quarterly that allows a judge to see the cases that are pending, the cases that are filed, and more often than not, more cases are filed than are closed. It's just easier to file a case than to close a case, depending on the type of case. There are some cases, if you look at the cases that go before the magistrate division, other than the probate cases, those cases move, because they're traffic cases, they're small claim cases, they're landlord-tenant cases. So those type of cases move quickly. Those should be done in a matter of probably months, 6 months max.
What about your family matters that are related to children?
Oh, that's near and dear to me. We have seen a reduction in our juvenile cases, and I'm sorry I don't have that number now. But we have, our family cases include divorces. Those are our largest numbers. Besides the guardianships, we have guardianships. And guardianships are kind of misleading when you report on them because, persons come for a guardianship and a guardianship case, once you grant a guardianship, it remains open. Although we've done the work on it to some extent. Some persons get guardianship just for minors and they have money that they need to manage for a minor. And that case stays open until the minor reaches the age of majority. And this may be an infant, so it may stay open for 18 years. Then there are others that just incapacitated adults who need care, and the cases stay open as long as those adults are alive. And some involve money management, and we're required to monitor those cases. They're required to provide annual reports to the guardian that it is, and account for the estate of the ward. And that too is a tedious task to manage. So those constitute a bulk of the cases in the family division. And I do want to add that I had the opportunity to visit, as I try to do annually, the Youth Rehabilitation Center in St. Croix. And we often hear a lot of negative things about that facility. And I have a vision that we can do so much more with that facility in the Virgin Islands for our young people. While the census fluctuates at that facility, and it's low, it has been low, and when I say low, I would say like under 10 for perhaps more than a year. There's so much more we can do to serve the children who are at risk without them being residents there. There used to be a time we used to have a girls' cottage there. We used to have group homes under the Virgin Islands Behavioral Services. Those services ended in 2018. We used to have the adolescents unit at Seaview, call it St. Thomas Healthcare Management, Inc. That closed officially the end of last year. So we have very limited services for our children. And not just children who are charged with criminal offenses, but children who are neglected and abused. And just families that need a respite, need a time out. And I believe the time has come for rethinking the model at the Youth Rehabilitation Center. It's such a beautiful space. that can be used as a multi-purpose facility for vocational services, for day services, for counseling services, for children at risk, as well as a space for those that need to stay for a period of time. And during my most recent visit, I was happy to see that the space is looking better. That it seems like the Department of Human Services has taken more pride in the facility. The residents who are there have been also working to paint and clean the grounds. I was happy to see the grounds looking so nice and people working on the building during my visit. They have some beautiful plants. And the children do well in that structure. And so why people cry and talk about it being a prison, which it's not a prison. The workers do great work there. And I really want to give them the kudos because but for the work that they do with these children, we would lose more. And so I just want to commend the staff at the Youth Rehabilitation Center for the work they do. And they need help. And we can do much more and do better with what we have.
Thank you for your honest response, and thank you for all that you do, in as much as you can. And we do understand that we live in a small community, but there's a lot of cases. We love to litigate, clearly.
Yeah.
So thank you for what you do. It's not easy, and of course, we hear the discussions, but it's one thing to hear it, but you have to really understand what is actually happening internally. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes, if you want.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, basically, Judge Wellington spoke to and addressed what I wanted to speak to in terms of withdrawal from the field when it comes to motions. So I'll gladly return my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Blyden. We're going to round out with Senator Franklin D. Johnson, if he's still on St. Croix. Senator Johnson, your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to kind of close up with Attorney Roca. Can you tell me about the vacancy in CJC? Because I'm saying CJC, I'm talking about corrections still after hear us speaking that. But tell me about the vacancy that you guys.
Yeah, just to correct what was said, Judge Brow's position was actually filled on April 10th of 2024. That's just 3 months ago. The Chief Justice filled the position for Judge Willocks around that same time with Judge Andrews, and Judge Henderson's position is still open. The one thing I wanted, so I'm not lying, is basically what I'm saying. And I think the sad part about how I feel right now, Senator, my name is Tanisha Bailey Roca. I am a Bailey from Frederickstead. I'm a Crucian. I'm born here, I work here. I want to do this work. I am not a liar. I am not a felon. I am not evil. I am not vindictive. I am not corrupt. But these are the words that have been put into the minds of the public, and I feel like it has taken root as an untruth. I have worked as a member of this bar for over 19 years. I work with professionals like Mike Holtz-Connect who have been here, who have been in the profession for 40 years, not in this community, but where he was in the States. Catherine Donnelly, 30 years, 17 years in regulation, a same amount, probably the same for
1 minute.
my deputy. We work hard, and we do this work with honor. We are not liars. We are dedicated to this work, and that is what I wanted to share here today. Was a triumph, but I left out those portions that are said by people. But I want you to look at the people who are saying those things.
30
Do
seconds.
The deep dive into the public sections that they say, the public filings. Look at them, and then look at us. We do good work.
Thank you very much. I definitely wanted to hear that come out to you because what's out there isn't good, and we have a lot of constituents coming to our office. Just about every Senator, will get complaints, and we need to find a way to come to a solid ground to make sure that your office is fully staffed and that people get results, especially those that definitely need that results and that assistance with attorneys taking advantage of them.
I agree.
1 minute.
Right?
Time.
Well, I got a minute, I got lots of time. Let's go ahead.
Senator,
I wanted to
Time.
one more.
Senator Johnson, your time has been called. You
I
can wrap
got
up
there
very
1
quick.
minute. Thank
your
you very
time is
much, Madam
closed.
Chair, for that extra time. Thank you so much. Okay.
I thought you had another question.
It was about the outstanding payments. I saw this $100,000. I want to know if that's the only outstanding payments that the courts have and what other outstanding payments they have to vendors or other person that's doing business with the court.
Paulette Rapsat Simmons, Senator, our outstanding obligations showed at 646. So I'll have to pull the exact figure. I reported it earlier, around 626 or 646,000.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Okay, so just very quickly back to the Judicial Council. So the budget for FY24 was 130,620. And what's the request for FY25?
148. 148.
148.
My screenshot.
148,338.
Yes.
And the purpose of that increase is for?
Senator, my screen shut down, but we have a situation with Judicial Council that goes back several years. And
In the
you may
mic, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Let me see if I can get closer. Senator, with Judicial Council, Paulette Rapsat Simmons, I'm sorry. We have a situation that goes back several years where these are two employees. The only thing on this budget is payroll. And there was a point where, and it's on one of the tabs, I have a whole footnote that kind of speaks to that within our post-audit workbook. There was across the board 10% cut that was applied in some sort of budget reduction. And at that point, I believe thank you. At that point, the appropriation was like 114,000 or something.
The information you're giving us is fine, but what I'm trying to ask you is the additional, wait, is 18,000.
It's part of trying to get these employees back to where they need to be. We need to give them an increase because because of the reductions, we were able to give them increases in fiscal 23, which was for 2 years prior.
So
they were not able to get the FY24 increase. So we're trying to budget for them to get that. And since they may not get that, that's going to be retro for the entire year.
In the mic.
I'm sorry. They're going to have retro for the entire year by the time we get to 25, as well as the 4% that we're trying to give to for the rest of the branch. So we are projecting that. And then we had a situation where the health insurance increased. And although the Senate has been proposing for that to be absorbed by the government, on the court side, we don't see that because however it's being done within the system through the ERP, we're not seeing it in our accounts. So we are paying the full rate of the health insurance increases in our budget for the last several years. So I have spoken with group health insurance at one point to try to understand exactly how they are crediting that back or however they're doing it, and it's not working for the court. So even the increases that have gone through for the health insurance and so forth is passing through to these from the employer side to the appropriation as well. So we're trying to account for those types of issues. So just as an example, at one point, the total that they were at for the end of the year, I think was like at 114,000, and then the next year the appropriation went to 103. And then the next year it went to 110. But these employees were already at, matter of fact, at 114 was the appropriation. At the end of the year, they were at 116. And then it got cut to 103. Then it was only increased back to 110 and so on. So, I mean, we couldn't give them anything because the appropriation was so woefully inadequate. So we finally got the 128 last year, and that's when we tried to at least give them a portion of what, to bring them closer to where the court is.
So last year you got 136.20.
I'm sorry, 128 the year before, and then 136.20. So
okay,
that's not going to be sufficient going forward.
Okay, and this amount covers how many employees?
Two.
So it's just for the two?
Yes.
So
one in each district.
So there is no move to hire another person, employee, or another two? No?
They've been two for forever, actually.
All right. Okay. Let me have what Ms. Bailey's perspective is on that, just very quickly. Bailey Rook.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
No, that's Judicial Council.
That's Judicial Council.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Yes.
I apologize, you're correct. Okay. I think I have one more senator, right? Who did I miss? That's it?
Okay.
Okay.
If I may, Senator, I just wanted to make a clarification because with regard, I understand what you said about the
In the mic.
accounting for contracts and so forth. And the situation with cash flow kind of gives rise to the fact that you can't do that. And there was a point when I sat in the Director of Accounting, and in order to even get a contract through the Department of Justice, you had to have that purchase order set aside. And I know our cash flow situation now is trying to, I've been listening to the hearings recently, and we're trying to pivot out of that. But the reality is there's a fear that I have in the sense that you've entered into a contract, and what if you don't get funded the next year to now actually honor that obligation? So we are doing what we can with regard to the financial sufficiency, so to speak, that we have. But there are times, I don't want to suggest that we have never done that, because we try to ensure that we can meet the obligation. But we are in that same situation of having to make those decisions of only funding what we can afford and going into the next year and increasing. So I just wanted to say that,
and thank you for that, because,
there's a real fear of, not being able to meet your obligation after you signed off on a contract if you haven't encumbered the funds.
Right, thank you for that.
All right.
But of course,
the reality is...
And you said that you actually understand it because you actually serve as Director of Accounting for the Department of Finance. It seems like many years ago,
It was
right?
many years ago,
But
actually.
that's one of the things that's contributing, though, to the structural deficit, because those monies are set aside, and then they're not budgeted in the upcoming, in the new fiscal year. So those revenues are not generated in that year, and the previous year you may not have generated what you intend to generate. So it's causing us to have a structural deficit. So we are really trying to get not only the government, but ourselves as senators to understand that, while we love to pass measures that says available until expended, it's causing an issue, a structural deficit for the territory.
Agreed.
Because as you pass a budget, you lay out all of your agencies, and that's the amount, you align it with the revenues, but then when you have all those things are coming over from the previous year, you don't have the money for it.
Exactly.
So that's basically it.
Yes.
But I understand from your end, you receive your hard check, so you are trying to survive. And you can't tell people how to survive. I mean, you just can't. So I understand.
Yes.
Colleagues, I think we have exhausted our discussion with the judiciary. I want to thank you for spending half the day with us. Thank you for the information that you have provided. The work that you do is not easy work. You are a separate branch of government, and very similar to the work that we do, it's not easy. So you hear, similar to what happens in the legislature or the executive branch, there's a lot of information that's coming from different places, but, you have to be in the paint to really understand a lot of the challenges and the moving parts and how things work. So, I just want to thank you for the work that you do, and to just ask that, we continue to do our best for our community. That's the only thing that we can do. I'm going to ask the Chief Justice to give us a 30-second close with regards to his 2025 budget requests.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the committee for listening to us. We've presented essentially the same arguments that we've done year after year. And until some point that the legislature sits down and try to realign so that the judiciary can be properly funded. There was a time when we got the same allotment for 4 years, and in the meantime, expenses went up 5 years, actually. And every other agency got increases. We didn't. And I think it's about time that you bite the bullet and give us what we need and treat us as really a branch. I mean, I know that the agenda was called and it says, to present the executive branch budget. And we are directed by the code to present our budget to the legislature. We don't go through the executive. We don't know what he includes. Matter of fact, I didn't know until I found out from the post office auditor exactly what he sent. In the past, they used to send us the booklet or email us a link to the book, but he didn't this time. So I want to basically leave you with our request that instead of just as the executive do, they just sit down and decide how much they're going to take away, how much they're going to add, or add nothing. That you really consider what we need, and payroll is going up every year. Last year, all the vacancies was funded at 50%. Those are now fully funded, and I don't know that there's any accounting for that increase in the budget. I guess you will tell me, well, we have vacancies again this year, and it kind of balances out, but I don't see it that way. And really just thank you all for, as I said in the beginning, that we present our budget to the only branch that has the responsibility to fund the operations. And there's nothing we can do if we don't get it. And I think we've made the case that we need it. There's nothing in there that we are asking for. The conflict counsel is something that we need. And while I would prefer it to be adopted in legislation so that it would be a funded agency within the government, and the obligation to provide counsel is not for the courts. It's an executive branch obligation. And even though this, Miranda says the court will appoint you a counsel, we can't, if counsel aren't available, we've got to make arrangements to be able to provide it and contract separately with others to be available to provide. Because I can tell you it's very, the case cannot proceed unless there's an attorney on each side. And we are now having cases with 5 defendants, which means that the court's got to appoint 4. One will go to conflict counsel. We still have to appoint the others, which is why we have funds in there to prepare attorneys. So my 30 minutes is probably up, but I thank you all. 30 seconds. But I thank you all, and I really ask, again, I want to thank our staff. I want to thank Judge Andrews for coming over to St. Croix and be with us as he began to understand the administrative process. And our employees, of course, as I said in my statement, I really, they do yeoman's work, and we really appreciate what they do. And I want to thank them publicly for that. And as presiding judge said, our judicial officers, we don't have any judge who is a slacker, who doesn't perform every single day, way past the 8 hours every day, and on Saturdays and weekends. And so thank you, and I hope that you will, as I said, give our budget thoughtful consideration and approval.
Yes. Well, thank you for your 2 minutes. But I know that each year you definitely make a passionate plea. And last year, as the chair of this committee, I recognized that, in order for the court, the judiciary rather, to run effectively, we had to do something. So we made a start incrementally. However, it's so important for us to continue to remind all that come before the legislature that we continue to be challenged with our revenues. And it's our fervent hope that as we look towards the 2025 year, that we will see these projects coming online so we could begin to accommodate and provide the appropriate funding. But of course, those projects are only one-time projects, like I asked you earlier. So we will see those revenues as those schools and hospitals are built. But we also have to figure out, we are small communities, so we have to figure out how do we generate, so all of us have an obligation, how do we generate additional revenues into our coffers so we can definitely provide the services. We had the Department of Human Services before us. I think it was on this Friday already, right? So let's say Monday. And they're challenged. They're unable to provide meals for the Meals on Wheels program. So we have lots of things to contemplate, but we've heard you today. And like we said, like I've said earlier, we've made an incremental increase last fiscal year, and we'll see what we can do. But I wish to remind you that last fiscal year we did have the American Rescue Plan money that allowed us to backfill our budget, and we utilized some $30 million to do that. I don't know that we will have that luxury in 25. So we will see we'll have to make some tough decisions. And again, the decisions are based on our priorities. And we know that we have a challenge with our utility in the territory. So there's just a lot for us to contemplate. So we will do the best that we can, and it's important for us to lean into our stakeholders and hear what's important to the community. And of course, if we have all these cases, family court, criminal cases, all these different cases that we have to figure out how to get this thing moving. So we're going to do our part. Okay? So I see that the folks from the Inspector General is here and ready to roll. So we're not going to keep them much longer. Again, we want to thank you for spending half the day with us. The committee stands in recess. No, I forget my watch home today. For 15 minutes. The committee is back on the record. I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to read block number 2 into the record.
Block 2, Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General, invited testifier Delia M. Thomas, CFE, Virgin Islands Office of the Inspector General. That ends the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to Inspector General, my classmate that I'm very proud of, Miss Delia M. Thomas. Good afternoon to you and your team. Your team, I see you have a team that's in the chambers with us as well. We're going to ask you to put your name and title on the record, as well as the gentleman that's here with you. Put your name and title on the record. You may proceed.
Delia Maria Thomas, Inspector General.
Lucas Pascal, Director of Budget Affairs.
Lucas Pascal. All right. All right, are you ready to place your testimony on the record?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Finance, esteemed members of the committee, other distinguished members of the 35th Legislature, and all those in the viewing and listening audience. I am Delia Thomas, the Virgin Islands Inspector General, and with me today is Mr. Lucas Pascal, Director of Budget Affairs. Today, I am here to present the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget for the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General, a budget that is crucial for the effective operation of our office. The Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General's mission is to promote economy, efficiency, and effectiveness, and to further the prevention of fraud, waste, and abuse in the administration of the programs and operations of the Government of the Virgin Islands. We are an agency of 19 employees, comprising 11 auditors, 1 investigator, and 7 administrative and support staff. The auditors and investigators are the core of our operations, as they are the ones on the field performing the assignments. Currently, we have 3 vacant positions, including 2 senior special investigators and a deputy Virgin Islands Inspector General. As we continue to build our staff, we intend to hire more auditors, investigators, and other personnel as needed and as the budget permits. Our organizational chart can be found on page 9. Our fiscal year 2024 highlights. During fiscal year 2024, we hired 1 entry-level auditor and a director of budget affairs. However, at this point, we had hoped to have a senior special investigator on staff. Despite this, I am optimistic about our hiring plans and believe we will have a senior special investigator on staff by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2025. Peer review. During the week of November 27, 2023, our office underwent a peer review for the period October 1, 2020 to September 30, 2023. This peer review was performed by the Association of Local Government Auditors. A peer review is essentially a review of auditors' work by their fellow auditors. It helps to monitor auditing practices and promote and enhance the quality of the services provided, ensuring compliance with generally accepted auditing standards. Peer reviews are required for quality control and must occur every 3 years. Our next peer review is scheduled for 2026. I am happy to report that we have successfully received a pass rating. A copy of this report was provided to the governor and the president of this legislature, and it can also be found on our website. Because this is a reciprocal program, some of our auditors will participate in peer review training in fiscal year 2025. This will allow our auditors to participate in peer reviews of other state and local governments across the country, inevitably strengthening internal control processes over our audits and inspections. Staff training. During fiscal year 2024, our staff took advantage of several professional training opportunities. From December 11 to the 15, 2023, through the Pacific and Virgin Islands Training Initiative Program, we received training on planning audit assignments and skills for leading and managing audit projects. From April 22nd to the 26th, 2024, our newly hired auditor traveled to attend a basic government auditing course in Washington, D.C., offered by the Graduate School USA. Also, from May 5th to the 8th, 2024, auditors participated virtually in the Association of Local Government Auditors, ALGA's 2024 annual conference. In addition, from June 23rd to the 28th, 2024, the audit and investigative staff participated in person or virtually in the annual Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ACFE's Global Fraud Conference, held in Las Vegas, Nevada. These training opportunities provided the annual training hours required by the government auditing standards and to satisfy the Certified Fraud Examiner's credentials. Currently, our auditors are actively engaged in several ongoing audits and inspection assignments. The government sectors involved include the Water and Power Authority, the Taxicab Commission, the East End Medical Center, the Government Employee Services Commission Board, the Department of Education, the Office of Management and Budget, and the Virgin Islands Police Department. Furthermore, in the next few weeks, we will be scheduling exit conferences with the Department of Education concerning the Education Initiative Fund, the Department of Agriculture, and the inspection of the management of the Agriculture Revolving Fund. We aim to have these reports issued by the end of this fiscal year. The Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission. This audit has proven very labor-intensive, as the commission records are maintained manually rather than electronically. In addition to the 2 auditors initially assigned, we added 1 more to this assignment. At this stage, we are midway through the fieldwork phase of this assignment. This audit aims to determine if the commission, through fiscal years 2018 to 2022, properly issued taxi licenses and medallions, inspected taxi cabs, and accounted for collections and expenses per the Virgin Islands Code and other established rules and regulations. The Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. We are in the process of hiring a consultant to assist in the Water and Power Authority's audit, which will address areas specific to Bill number 35-0061, Act number 8731. This consultant will assist us in addressing the Vital propane contract and a $2 million offshore payment. In addition, the contractor will serve as a consultant to our lead auditors on other aspects of the assignment. We are working with the Department of Property and Procurement to implement this contract. In addition, we are working on the audit of the application of WAPA's employee loan payments. This audit is near completion. We expect to issue a letter report by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2025. The objective of this audit is to determine whether monies WAPA deducted from employees' salaries for loan payments were transmitted to the respective financial institutions for calendar years 2021 and 2022. WAPA's billing and collections for calendar years 2021, 2022, and other appropriate periods. This audit is an extensive assignment and is currently in the fieldwork phase. The objective of this audit is to determine whether WAPA followed its policies and procedures for accurate and timely billing, the advanced metering infrastructure, AMI, improved the accuracy and timeliness of billing, and 3, WAPA did its due diligence in managing the collection of delinquent accounts. Also, WAPA contracting practices from October 2017 to December 2022. This recently started inspection aims to determine whether WAPA solicited, awarded, and monitored contracts following its policies and procedures and applicable laws and regulations. The East End Medical Center. At the request of the board's chairperson, we have commenced an inspection of the East End Medical Center's leases and contracted agreements to determine whether they followed established laws, policies, and procedures from 2018 through 2023. The Government Employee Services Commission's Board. Our office initiated an audit of its expenditures to determine if the board expended funds for established laws, rules, and regulations and met its reporting requirements. The audit scope is fiscal year 2018 through 2022. We are in the early stage of this assignment. The Office of Management and Budget, the Department of Education, and the Virgin Islands Police Department. At the request of the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., we have been asked to audit these departments' contracting practices. This assignment is in the planning stage. It must be noted that these assignments are performed by teams of auditors. Of the 11 auditors on staff, 6 are assigned to WAPA's audits and 3 auditors to the Taxi Cab Commission audit. This means that all ongoing assignments require auditors to be assigned to more than one audit or inspection while ensuring the same quality of due diligence for each project. Also, in addition to our own assignments, we continue to make ourselves available to assist federal auditors regarding activities they plan on conducting in the Virgin Islands. As you can surmise, we have our hands full. However, we will continue to find ways to address any pressing issues that may arise. Our 2024 annual audit plan summary is found on page 10. Investigations. Regarding investigations, we currently have several open cases, some jointly with local and federal agencies. For confidentiality purposes, I cannot discuss the details of these matters. My goal is to increase the investigative unit staffing to more closely resemble that of the audit staff. I want to thank those of you who have submitted complaints online or by contacting our office. Based on the latest research by the ACFE, as reported in its 2024 report to the nations on occupational fraud, 44% of frauds against government organizations were detected by tips. Email and web-based reports were the most common mechanism used to report fraud tips. With the average fraud lasting 12 months before being detected, the sooner the detection, the sooner we can minimize the potential loss to the government. Therefore, I take this opportunity to encourage anyone aware of possible fraudulent activity against this government to contact the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General using the most convenient and comfortable mechanism available to you. We are committed to addressing complaints made to our office and, if necessary, directing those complaints to the appropriate agency. The week of November 10th to the 16th, 2024 is International Fraud Awareness Week, and our office will use this week to start to raise awareness of this subject in our community. The Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General's 2024 expenditures. While fiscal year 2024 started slowly in paying our vendors for services rendered, I am pleased to announce that our vendors are mostly current. I want to thank our vendors for the patience they exhibited during this time. The Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General's 2025 proposed budget. The Virgin Islands Inspector General's Office 2025 budget recommendation is $2,898,392. Our fiscal year 2024 actual expenditures through July 12, 2024 total $1,818,197. This 2025 budget is $75,765 more than the 2024 budget, an increase of 2.7%. The following are the comments on each prime account for the fiscal year 2025 proposed spending plan. Our fiscal year 2025 proposal by sub-accounts is shown on page 11. Personnel services and fringe benefits. The budget proposal allows the office to maintain the 19 filled position and 3 vacant positions, one of which is budgeted at half its planned salary. The proposed funding level for personnel and related services is $2,384,225, or 82% of the budget request. This amount consists of $1,732,331 and $651,880 for personnel services and fringe benefits, respectively. Supplies are estimated at $101,938, or 3.5% of the overall request. Other services are estimated at $340,795, or 12% of the budget request. Utility services are estimated at $43,000 or 1.5% of the budget request. Capital outlays are budgeted at $28,448 to cover investigative and computer-related equipment costs, which is 1% of the budget request. Senators, I want to thank this body in advance for supporting the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General's recommended fiscal year 2025 budget of $2,898,392. This budget will allow us to fund 21.5 positions as we work to continue growing the agency to the desired 25 field positions to better address audits and investigations. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I am available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round, and we're going to begin with Senator Marvin Blyden. But before we begin with him, in your testimony, you have a section where you have other, oh gosh, what did I do with it? Other audits. Let's see. Yeah, particularly the Virgin Islands Taxi Commission. Do you have a intended timeline as to when you will be completing that audit?
I don't see it happening by the end of the first quarter of 2025.
You don't?
Honestly, I don't.
And how long has this audit been going on?
We started the audit last year, but at that time, the 2 auditors that were involved in that assignment was also taking part in the executive leadership program. And then we had the sick out, the mold, all those issues that was happening with the commission at the time. So it really slowed the process down.
All right, thank you. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to Inspector General Thomas.
Good afternoon, sir.
And your team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. Let me ask you, though, in respect to your testimony, you stated that you have 2 senior special investigators and a deputy inspector general vacant position available, and you have 19 filled positions. For those positions, how long have they been vacant?
Okay, we had 1 senior special investigator position last year open. It's been open for a couple of years now. And we added a 2nd senior special investigator this year.
Okay, very well. And which one is funded at 50%? Because you said 2 is 100 and 1 is 50. Which one is funded at 50%?
Yeah. Recently, we had this senior special investigator. Very recently, I'll have Mr. Pascal say the exact time. Switch. The position used to be classified. We recently moved it to unclassified requesting. We have tried to fill that position on several occasions, at least 3. And what we realized is that we could not recruit, we were unable to recruit anyone with experience for the salary that was being offered. So we made the decision that we had to move it unclassified to try to enhance the salary.
Okay, thank you for that. And you spoke in respect to your investigations, and you said you have several open cases. I know you cannot talk about any specific details, but how many open cases do you have, though? And how much cases did you start off this budget cycle with? 24, I'm sorry.
I will have to get back with you on the exact numbers. I am unable to produce the exact numbers for those.
Okay, let me ask you then, in respect to investigations also, you said you expect to increase investigative unit staffing that closely resembles that of the audit staff. I know you have 11 auditors. What would that number look like, though, in terms of investigation? What number are you looking at?
Okay, I'm thinking the next 3 hires will probably be in the investigative unit, so that will bring us to a level of 5.
5 investigators?
5 in that particular area.
Okay.
So if we have 11 auditors, my goal, I guess, in the next couple of years is maybe to bring that number to 6.
Okay, very well. And in a post-audit report on page 5 of 8, under annual audit plan summary, I see you have different items. For instance, you have DLCs, customer complaints, you have 300 staff days, and the inspection of unclaimed properties, you
1
have
minute.
200 staff days. Can you speak about those? Those are two of the highest in that category.
Could you repeat that, please?
The staff days numbers when it comes to your annual audit plan summary. The DLCA customer complaints, what is that about?
Okay, well, of interest to us is the efficiency with
30
which
seconds.
the complaints, consumer complaints to DLCA goes through the process.
And inspection of unclaimed properties, what is that about also?
Those have to do with the properties that are at the Lieutenant Governor's office, that with bank accounts, and have they followed the policies and procedures, and making those unclaimed properties available for public inspections.
And those were calls that came in prior, like years past, or did it come? Those happen all in this fiscal year 24. How did that work?
The inspection
Time.
of unclaimed properties was an interest of Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and the DLCA is our own initiative.
Very well. Well, thank you for the work you guys do, and thank you for your testimony and your responses. Madam Chair, thank you for the time. No, my time was cool.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Senator DeGraff? Before we go to Senator DeGraff, let me just ask you quickly. So, did the office staff receive salary increases in fiscal year 24?
Not in 25, it's due October 1.
So the increase, there's a $75,000 increase over 24. So that's to take care of the salary increases?
No, that's,
you have a new position?
I will
or
leave
something?
Mr. Pascal answer the difference there.
Bring the mic all the way to your, okay.
Okay. Lucas Pascal, Director of Budget. My thought is that the executive branch recognized that the important work that office is doing, so they are to provide us additional funding to accomplish the various audits, inspections, and investigations that we have set forth.
So where do you intend to budget those funds?
In the personnel side of the budget.
So you're looking to bring on additional personnel. Did you say that in your testimony that you were looking to bring on what did you say?
What we're going to do is bring on, we have one of the senior special investigators is budgeted, I think it's 68,000 plus, and then the other one is budgeted at half of, I think it's like 55,000, because that 55,000 was, or that 50,000 was the salary when it was classified, and at the time that this whole was going through the budget process. So senior special investigator was like 50,000 for whatever, and then we were going through the budget process. Since then, I have moved it to unclassified. And in order to after we've interviewed people, we realized that that salary was not going to fly. So we got one budgeted at the 68, but the other one remained.
The one that's budgeted at 68, that's filled?
It's not filled. That's the one that we hope to fill by the end of the first quarter.
So then you need the additional, what is $18,000? To fill the one that's at 50, right?
We would need, well, it's budgeted at 25, right?
So it's budgeted at 25 based on the timeline that you're looking to fill the position. So probably what would be more reasonable is to, because you're intending to fill the $68,000 position by the close of this fiscal year, or the beginning of the next fiscal year.
The 68 by the end of the first quarter of this 2025, or maybe closer to the end. If I could get that person on board before September 30th, I will.
That's what you should do. That's
Yes.
the best decision that
Yes.
you would make, to get that position, because then you have the 100%, and then whatever the other percentage is. I mean, I think 25 is woefully low, because then it says that you only could fill that position in the last quarter of the fiscal year. So we probably could need to do one better than that. But we will, as we do our markup, we need to have a follow-up conversation with you to see how, do you have a PRF for a
We have
person?
one for the 68,
Not for the other one.
not for the other one. And
Yeah.
we do have an estimate of the additional funds, if it was provided to, that we would need in order to bring those up.
Yeah, we're going to need to get that from you. So we're going to request that you provide us with what you're proposing for your overall personnel costs. And then you would list the positions, and then you would list whether it's new or whether it's vacant, or whether you filled it in fiscal year 24, that kind of thing. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Okay, so in regards to your employees at GS,
Yes, sir.
they got their 23 wages increases?
Yes.
Any retro? Any retro owed to them?
No retro.
Okay. Okay, so you said 24, nobody received a wage increase in 24?
No.
Okay, and you're proposing for the 25 budget. Now, you have a copy of the post auditor's report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on page 3, where we're looking at personal services, you said you have 22 positions, correct?
We have, okay, so you're looking at the second line of the report that says 22.5?
Well, I was looking at, right, that's what, but you mentioned 22 positions, correct? How much positions?
We have 21.5.
21.5.
Yes.
But then your personal services you're projecting is 1,000,007 for 21.5?
Yes. Is it 22?
Okay, 'cause you see in the post auditor's report where it says a current personnel listing submitted by the office reflects 22 positions, totaling 1,682,419.32 cents, which can be, this is an amount 49,911.72 less than the Office of Management and Budget.
I'm going to let Mr. Pascal detail that.
Let's get that straightened out.
Okay, so the Lucas Pascal, Director of Budget.
You could talk up a little louder, please. Yeah.
Okay, so the variance that you're seeing, so the 49,000 represents the GS increases, as well as the increase for the Inspector General's salary as well.
Okay, the 49 would be for the 25 increases.
There's only 13 classified employees.
Okay, so then that would take it to the 1,732,000.
Plus the addition for the Inspector General.
Right. So the 1,682,000 adding the 49,911 will take it to the 1,007,000.
Correct.
Okay, but then you mentioned that you still wanted to you wanted to increase a salary to 68, because the total for the 1,682,000 is what they have here at 25,000 plus, which is half of it. So all of that is included in the 49?
No.
No, it's not.
So then you're short money.
Yes. if we were wanted to be able to fund all of these positions starting in FY 2025, yes, we would be short money.
I don't want you to be short no money. That's
Yes.
why you needed to get clear. We gotta get this clear right now. So you're short how much money?
Let me just
30 seconds.
Let me make a clarification
Sure.
here because I don't want to give you a half of an answer.
Okay.
There are several things within the salary right now that's going to be affected. The half that's budgeted for the senior special investigator, and the question to the Inspector General's salary and the Deputy Virgin Islands Inspector General's salary. The Inspector General's salaries per the VI code is tied to the highest paid commissioner. The deputy is tied to the highest paid assistant commissioner. There is some question as to what the Inspector General's salary is supposed to be tied at.
Time.
Keep going.
Under the Young administration, the Inspector General was tied at the Attorney General. Under the MAP administration, it was tied to the Attorney General. At some point in time, the Inspector General's salary was reduced because the AG at the time may have vacated the position, so the salary was adjusted to the highest paid commissioner at that time, whoever was the highest paid at that time. But when the salary was returned, I think it was Attorney General Walker came back as the Attorney General, his salary went up. The Inspector General's salary did not move. It did not go back up to that of the Attorney General. So I am not sure what that salary precedent has been set at the Attorney General, but it seems to be having a discussion whether some people are interpreting whether the Attorney General is equivalent to the commissioner or they're not seen the same.
Oh, okay, so long story short, if I may wrap up, Madam Chair, long story short, like we say, 1 and 1 still is 2. You're short in your budget, so you're trying to say based on your salary is where the difference is that we don't know where the money is.
And I don't want to give you an incorrect number because I could quote the Attorney General and someone may tell me that that's not correct and I might give you more, or I could quote the highest paid who's under the title of commissioner and then still give you a number that's less than what I would need.
So you're basically saying the only person short here would be you. Because, like I say, based on what you stated, based on what you stated for the 22 persons versus the 22.5, based on the post-audited report, is 49,911,000. And then you said when adding in the senior person you want to bring in, you would be short. So is it just your salary you're talking about being short, or even the senior person?
The senior person would be short.
Okay, so what is that number so we can make sure we have it for the 25 budget going forward?
So the total is.
Go ahead.
The position total would be 37,439. If you need personnel, it'll be the 25, 221.15, and then the fringe is 12,217.94 to make up the difference.
Okay, so Madam Chair, you understand what it is? We were talking, I know you were a little distracted at the time.
Yes, I do.
That's what they're saying.
The answer, okay, so 37, what again? Total, yeah.
37,439.
439, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
So we basically just need to get updated personnel listing. However, let me, just for clarification purposes, because where we sit in these seats, we don't know all the statutes, right? So the question that I have is, this tying of the IG's salary to the highest paid commissioner. Is that by statute?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the issue. So we playing on wards here, right? So the words that we're playing on is commissioner and cabinet level.
Yes.
The titles. So we have to figure out whether it's the cabinet level, because cabinet is cabinet. Everybody's on the cabinet, right? Are you a member of the cabinet?
Yes.
Yes, right? So, and then you have different titles in the cabinet. You have directors, like you have the director of the Office of Management and Budget, and then you have commissioners, and then you have naturally an attorney general, and I'm not sure what other types of titles, but those three, and then you have the inspector general, the IG. So we have to figure out, because I think clarification needs to be in the law as to what it really is, because then you really can't answer the question, because usually what would happen when we have those types of issues, it needs to be defined. It's either whether it's the cabinet or whether it's the intent for it to actually be like the highest paid commissioner, or is it the highest paid cabinet level? Yeah.
I would like to clarify, at one point, the highest paid person was the police, at the police department. And it went back to every time it would change. Police, attorney general, the deputy Virgin Islands inspector general was one time tied to the assistant commissioner of public works. Then it was tied to the assistant at Department of Education. And it's just...
Yeah, we got to pull the statute. We got to pull the statute and see what it says, because I think that there's room for us to make the necessary amendments on this side, and that will clear up all of the issues. But we first need to truly understand what the challenge is in there. Okay. All right. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you for your testimony, Inspector General Delia Thomas. How are you doing in this new role?
It's interesting.
Taking care of yourself?
Trying.
I see you have a lot on your plate, a lot of investigation going on, my son. All right. Okay. Pace yourself. Pace yourself. So I saw that you have a few people with you today. Can you tell us who they are?
Chief of Audits, Miss Alexandra Samuel. She's the chief of the audits. And Miss, we have Joycelyn Thomas, who is one of our lead auditors for assignments. Mr. Potter, our IT. And Anne-Marie Benjamin Richardson, one of our auditors.
Very well. Welcome to all of them. Usually you come by yourself.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to see that you brought your team with you today. That's good. Because in reality, you're going to be here forever. And at some point, you'll be transitioning and you want to leave that level of succession. Correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. So tell me, are you part of the single payers utility?
No, I think we pay. We're not.
You're not, okay. Okay. So you pay your WAPA bills directly to WAPA?
Correct.
Okay, and all of those are up to date at this time?
Mr. Pascal, I do believe we are. I think we just about maybe a little over $2,000 that we owe. $22.68.
Okay. Have you received any additional funding, whether through ARPA, through the Office of Insular Affairs?
No, we have not.
Nothing else? You only operate and function based on the funding you receive from the legislature through the Office of Management and Budget?
Correct.
Okay. I know that before there was some discussion about updating your computerization and automation of the Inspector General's office. Where are you with that?
We've done so. We've gotten pretty much all the computers that we need. The ones that we will be acquiring are for the new employees coming in, but we're exactly where we need to be with those.
What about your manpower strength? It seems like you have staffed up. How many auditors you have brought on since assuming the position?
We've had 3.
3? Okay, and they have acclimated well?
Yes.
Okay. What about investigators?
We've had a challenge recruiting investigators. We advertised first in St. Thomas. We got 0 applicants. We switched it over to St. Croix. We got 1 applicant that did not turn out to be a viable applicant. We came back to St. Thomas. We had
1 minute.
We did some interviews, but what we realized from those interviews is that there was no way anyone was willing to. We couldn't compete with salaries that people were.
And is the chief investigator still with you?
Yes.
Okay. He's doing well?
Yes, he is really well.
Definitely. I worked with him many years, so I had to ask that. So tell me about this budget. What about this budget is that you feel uncomfortable with, or are you comfortable with this budget moving forward? Anything here that stands out as a challenge for you?
30 seconds.
Well, I think based on what's provided, the key is to get all the positions filled by the first quarter of 2025. It's tricky when we start to go into the second quarter and it's in budget season, because if you don't have those positions filled by a certain time, then you don't get the full funding for the position. We just, we get half. So I think that basically opportunity is there that hopefully I could get those filled at the time. But if you kind of miss that deadline, you're being placed in a very challenging position.
And thank you for that. Just yesterday, we had a discussion, Madam Chair, I'll wrap up here. Just yesterday, we had a discussion in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary regarding the conflict of interest, ethics, corruption, and those type of things. Can you just summarize how do you see the role of the Inspector General in that whole discussion about government accountability?
Right now, if we get a complaint, it's a part of the investigation. If we get a complaint about a conflict of interest, of course, we will look at it. I read the article, I think it was in a source this morning, where the acting Attorney General was referencing that Inspector General's offices have areas in the United States that they would have enough staffing, to provide that. We do not. I would technically have to look at why it's not working. What is the issue? What is the underlying issue? We have a structure in place right now, so what is wrong there? Why do we need something new rather than just funding the Attorney General's office to make it work? So I really don't know what the underlying issue is.
Very well. And there was a discussion about making $100 million available to assist in investigating some of these matters. Have your office been contacted in respect to providing additional funding to support and assist with expanding the investigation of those?
No.
All right. Well, not yet.
No, we have not. I don't even know. Is it that the Attorney General's office is overwhelmed with these reports? Are they getting too many they can't address? I don't know the issue. Why aren't they being addressed? How many cases do they get a year? I don't know what the issue is.
For me, I think that there needs to be a synergy between the Attorney General's office, the U.S. Attorney's office, the Inspector General's office, so that we could be able to have one clear message and ensure that there's accountability across the board. A lot of people are talking about the limited workforce that's available to support this, but the collaboration of all those entities, I believe that we could start to make some impact in what we're seeing here. And once we're able to start to make some arrests or hold people accountable, then I'm sure we could back off because there wouldn't be so much of a need for it, because individuals would then fear moving into public corruption.
Our office is always available to assist the Attorney General's office. We're working with them right now on a couple of cases. So if they need help with something, they can always contact us. We're here.
Very well. Thank you. It's one team, one fight. Thank you very much, Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr., and I have to echo the same sentiments of Mr. President on us creating additional layers. For years, I don't know that we have funded the Office of the Inspector General at the levels that it should. However, we are challenged with being able to attract the individuals, the necessary personnel is the word, to fill these positions. Now, you said something that's important to me, and it is that there has been interest in some of your positions. However, you have not been able to fill them because of the salaries. These are all exempt positions, correct? Because of the work that you do, these are exempt-related positions, correct?
Yes, recently made exempt, yes.
So all of you have, do you have classified positions? 'Cause
We
seeing
do.
some- So you have classified auditors?
Yes.
So what are your thoughts on that?
Well,
Yeah.
I've been looking at titles across the country, different inspector general's office. There's a title called auditor/investigator. We are upgrading our, I'm looking at our job descriptions to reevaluate whether they need adjusting, just like all the other inspector generals around the country. They're doing the same thing. And I think in the next 3 years that this office and the titles within the office is going to be drastically different than what we're seeing right now.
So you have auditors on different levels, auditor 1, 2, up to 4, I think I see, auditor 4. But the salaries are so different. What is the difference in the work that the auditors are doing?
This work is very skill-based. It's very technical. An auditor 1 comes in and you're just showing them the groundwork with the scheduling and the different understanding what a finding is, condition, cause, criteria, effect. You grow to the point where you can now learn to write a finding. You have to grow from there to be able to write a section of a report. You have to be able to grow to the point where you could write a report without assistance. So the auditor 4 has to be able to get to that point where they could produce an audit report independently without oversight.
So your auditor 1s that you have currently hired, or on staff rather, how long have they been with you? I see you have 2. I mean, I'm looking at the post audit report, but tell me what you have, because I don't
One
have
maybe a little over a year, and the other one maybe 6 months.
Okay, so basically, you're hired as an auditor 1 for what period, and then within each budget cycle, you would move them forward.
Within 2 years.
That's how you do it?
Yes.
I see. Okay, so because I want to make sure there is room, because you don't want to hire someone in an auditor position, auditor 1 per se, and then they're unable to move within the agency because of how the budget is laid out. So you move them within the agency based on your available funding. That's how you do it?
Available funding and the skill building.
Skill building, okay. So but once the skill is built, they're able to move. That's my concern.
Correct.
Okay, good. That's what I'm trying to get at. Okay, perfect. Understood. So what we're gonna need to get from you, I think I asked it before, but let me ask it again so we could be clear. We need an updated personnel listing from you with your personnel, your associated fringe benefits to support the requests. Okay. And then you have, I think you said earlier that you had how many vacancies you have?
3.
3. And those vacancies are budgeted at
the 68,000 for the senior special investigator. I think one now is at 25 for the second senior investigator. However, the deputy inspector general is budgeted at 100% of what the suspected salary was at the time, which was like 110.
Okay. It says 115 here.
115?
Okay.
Okay, 115.
So the senior special investigator position should be budgeted at 68.
Yes, 68.
And the other one would be the deputy. Because the issue here is
both senior special investigators should be budgeted at 68.
yes. So realistically, you know, all departments are not created equal as far as their vacancies and how you could finagle, for lack of a better word, with it. So to budget the senior special investigator position at 25 doesn't allow you to fill that position realistically, because you don't have wiggle room with other vacancies to say, well, I'll fill this one and sacrifice this one until a later time. So this position has to be budgeted at the 68. So I need for you to send me a updated personnel list with your full complement of your positions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
okay?
Will do.
Perfect. All right, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Inspector General Delia Thomas and all of your professional staff. We're glad to have you here. Your budget is straightforward. I think I was going to get a little bit more numbers, being that, you know, your staff, all of you guys are numbers people, but it was sufficient. 2,898,392 is the recommended budget, and I got a couple questions. So you said you want to increase the investigated unit to audit staff kind of unit. So what would that entail? Would that entail going from 21.5, or the 21.5 employees will cover that?
Well, because of the limited space that we have in our office, workspace, I want to try to start at 25 total staff for our office.
So that would be adding about four more employees.
4?
Because you're at 21.5 now, right?
Correct.
Okay. I wanted to ask you, you know, I'm impressed with your listing of the audits you have going on. I can see why you need more staff, because I was looking at all the audits. You know, one particular one, I ain't going to put it on the record, but I'm the chair of the Health, Hospitals, and Human Services Committee, and there's one of them there that you're auditing. I don't want to tell you which one, but you can realize. I want to talk to you about that, because there's some problems with that. Okay, so the vital contract, you know, since I've been a senator, I've been trying to see that vital contract. Have you ever seen the vital contract from WAPA? The original and then the one it ended up with? Or that's part of the stuff you're auditing now?
That was probably looked at under our first audit report.
Okay. Because I have never seen that. I've asked for it about 10 times. Okay, good. The AMI at WAPA, I could tell you what they're going to say. We don't need an audit. That out of advanced metering infrastructure, that AMI thing, improve no accuracy at the billing. That one is a mess. That one have to be revamped. There are so many complaints that we get, the senators get about 1 month, you know, the bill is $100. Next month they get an enormous amount, and then WAPA don't read it, and they estimating and all of that stuff. That's one of the areas that WAPA should improve, because it involves the customer service. That's why they're in a mess, that customer service. Okay, so the certified fraud examiners, I want to ask you about that, because you have $48,005.
1 minute.
in your budget for that. That includes, I just want to know, you maintain that all of your staff, appropriate staff, are certified fraud examiners, or you need more money? Does this training include having all of them meet the certified fraud examiners, or it's not in the budget?
We encourage all the auditors, the entire staff, to try to get the credential. We actually
30
purchase
seconds.
the study material, and we just want to be able to get as much of our staff credential as possible.
So I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. So you pay for it, or they have to pay for that out?
We pay for the study material.
Okay, awesome. And then they test online. How is it? How is the certification done?
They do test online.
Okay, good. How many
Time.
right now of your staff are certified fraud examiners? Do you know?
Well, I have not counted.
Okay, but that's something that you work on constantly, right?
Yes, we do. I have one person, actually. Mr. Pascal is studying for it right now.
Okay, awesome. Awesome, thank you. You know, this budget, definitely you have my vote. This is a very important arm in the Virgin Islands government. Very, very important, especially in light of some kind of allegations and thing, you know. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
All right. So let me ask you a question, and this probably would be a tough question. But on average, do you know how attorneys calculate like hours? Well, not billable because we can't bill here, but on average, how much does it, how many hours do you spend on an audit? I mean, all audits are not created equal, but.
Okay, well, let me just say, when we talk about billable hours, I understand exactly what you're saying. And one of the things that I do tell the staff, the audit staff, is that they have to remember how much they're being paid per hour and calculate it in their heads and figure out that was this audit and the time that they're taking to get the work done, was it worth it? And should it have cost in the real world, the private sector, that this particular audit and the time was, I'm going to just throw out a number, $48,000 for, should it have cost that much? Should it have taken that long? But we also have to realize too that it takes some of the agencies so long in responding to our request. I have agencies out there right now where we have requests greater than 4 months not answered for things that we need to pursue to wrap up segments of our audits. That we're right now, I would say that I've asked the auditors to literally start tracking that stat so we can get back and be able to say, well, we waited 6 months for you to even give us this, or, so we could really have an explanation come in here to tell you why something took so long.
So you're saying that information is requested from an agency and it takes 6 months to provide it?
Sometimes.
That's a problem.
But what we do is we go on and we have so many other parts of the audit assignment, so we go ahead and we're working on these other sections, waiting for information for what we may have, and we will send follow-up. We're sending up follow-up emails all the time saying we have not received this information, we have not received it. So even right now, there's like one, that we could be missing like one piece that we really need to close out the finding, and we don't have it.
So is it, in your estimation, it's hard for you to say yes or no, but based on the type of information does any of it appear to be deliberate?
I don't want to accuse anyone of
I know,
anything, but if
like,
it comes to that point where we really are at crunch time, that, we can go ahead and issue a subpoena and,
So you
and
can?
get it. Yes, we can.
I see. Okay, so you can issue a subpoena for the information. Okay, because I know, there's a lot of different moving targets, but in many instances, information can also be provided to you from another agency, right?
If it's available, yes.
It's available.
Mhm.
Okay.
We really encourage the auditee to give us the information before we try to get it from anyone else. If we're forced to go another route, we will go that route.
Okay. Colleagues, this is a pretty straightforward budget. We've asked the IG, Thomas, to send us a updated personnel listing. Do you have any other categories that you feel that you're not being sufficiently provided with resources? Because I see you have some extensive audits in front of us. So it's going to, some of them appear to, that they will require some heavy lifting. So do you believe in your estimation, based on the budget that's in front of us, that you have the resources, whether it be manpower or other resources, the monetary resources, to support this work that's in front of you?
I think the approach would have to be that there's no way I can hire everyone that I need at one point in time. So I'm looking at the approach as growing the agency. Right now, I would love to have the investigator unit, like the next 3 hirees, be for that particular area. What's happening now is that we're spending so much time giving assistance to other agencies, plus the assignments that we have and the complaints that are coming in, that we don't have anyone free to really go out and look at pressing issues that may require someone to go out there and what we would do a quick response audit.
Okay, so I know that by statute, the Education Initiative Fund is to be, I guess, audited every, how often is it?
This code says every year.
Yeah, which is virtually not truly possible.
And it says every school.
And every school. So I think in your testimony, I think I saw in your testimony that you've done some work there recently.
We have, and we've split it up. Basically, we looked at it in chunks, because even if we did it every year, or the scope would be so large, because you have still the lottery. Now, in the previous report, we looked at the lottery funds. We looked to see if they turned over the correct amount of money to the government for the Department of Education. And in that particular audit, the money was short. They supposedly were supposed to have a payment plan to turn those funds over. Because we don't have an effective follow-up system, we did not go back to find out if the lottery actually turned that money over from a previous 2011 audit. And then we have the part where the Department of Education, did they monitor the funds? So we took that part. We left the lottery out. So I would say, like, the next round, we would actually look, did the lottery transfer the correct amount of money? So we're breaking that particular audit into 2 parts.
So then let me ask you, so based on the law and based on your available resources, should we actually be looking at, we would have to get from you how you see the best fit for how it's audited. Do we do a random 5, every whatever amount, whatever that number is, I don't know. A random, because I do agree with you that it is difficult to audit all of these initiative funds, all of these schools every year and be successful. So should we be looking at making amendments to the law that gives you an opportunity to require you to do a certain number per year and ensure that the following year or every other year, I don't know, you would have to tell us, you make sure that whatever you did that particular year, then you don't do it the following year or the following other 2 years. So that's something we need to look at, because, you are an agency that should be following the statute to a T, right?
Correct.
So if you are unable to do that, not no fault of yours, but the resources does not allow you to actually do that. So I think that is something that we probably need to, if you could send us your ideas around how you should be auditing the Education Initiative Fund, I think that would work perfectly so we could make some amendments to the law before the year is over. So
Okay.
we can make sure you're more efficient in the work that you're doing. And then it will also, randomly people don't know if they're going to be audited that year or not. So it also really helps people to kind of stay in line, going back to what we discussed with regards to ethics, etc.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will.
Okay, so if you could get something to us in the next, I would say, 3 months.
Okay.
That would
I
be
will.
good for us to have something to start with so we can see if we could make some amendments so you could stay in line with the law. Your thoughts?
Correct. Same, those comments are applicable to all the other government agencies as well, where the law may be lagging in respect to the functions that they're doing. And in one of our auditors' training, it was brought up that one of the focus is on now that we should be looking at the laws closer that's governing the agencies and really trying to figure out why they can't meet certain mandates.
Okay, so let me ask you then, do we have other statutes that require you to conduct audits within a particular timeline for other agencies or just the initiative fund?
No, just the initiative fund. But there's problems within the initiative fund law as it is right now, so all of that has to be revamped also.
Okay, well, we would welcome looking at it because it's a fund that's been around. I think it was Senator Almando, and there's been some amendments to it. But I think the side of the House that speaks specifically to the audits need to be readdressed. We need to relook at it because, again, these are checking accounts that our respective schools have. Folks are writing checks from them. So there should be some concerted effort to ensure that these audits are conducted, that those audits are going to happen for sure, but we can't do it for sure every year based on how the law is currently written. So there is a loophole for potential malfeasance. Okay?
Okay.
So I think if we are able to get that done, that would be a good start, and it would help us to address some of the concerns that we have in our community overall with how we're dealing with our white-collar matters. Okay?
All right.
All right. I think we've exhausted our discussion. So again, if you have any areas that you wish to see additional resources, send them back to the committee. Okay, we're going to try our best to fund this because, this is a big discussion in our community, and we have to show that we are doing our due diligence to eliminate, alleviate these types of challenges that we have in the Virgin Islands. Colleagues, do we have any other questions? I think it's just, do you have any other questions? No, okay, good. We're going to allow you a 30-second close.
Okay, thank you again for the opportunity to be here. I look forward to working with this body to bring the Virgin Islands Inspector General's office staffing levels to a point where we can more timely address audit requests and complaints that come to our office. Again, thank you for the time, and thank you for the $2.8 million.
All right. Thank you for spending part of your day with us. And of course, thank you to your staff. And I see you have a supporting cast with you here today. So I want to thank them for being here. These are some of our retirees still in the paint, still remaining vigilant about what's happening in the Virgin Islands. So we want to thank you. And today's Friday. It's been a long week. So we want to wish everyone a happy, good weekend and happy rest of our Friday. And I want to thank the Central staff employees for all the work that they've been doing this week with the work that we've been doing with the budget, and of course the post-audit staff, my staff, and all of my colleagues that has been here and asking the relevant questions as we work towards getting a 2025 budget passed for the people of the Virgin Islands. So the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting of today is hereby adjourned.
Thank you.